1 2. I'll check 1 2. Please, we apologize for that glitch in the power supply. One more time. His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, our Kabiyesi would like to start the event right now as we take the national anthem. As we start this event officially, please can we all rise for the Nigerian national anthem? Thank you. And now to the Ondo State anthem. And now to the anthem of Ondo Kingdom, the Ondo Kingdom anthem. And before we have our seats, we would like to have the opening prayer as we call on the man of God, Pastor Henry Adesioye, for the opening prayer, sir.
Let's bow our hearts for the open prayer. First and foremost, we want to thank God for giving us this day. This is the day we've been longing for. Let's lift up our voice and just appreciate God for giving us this day. Let's thank God for our Oshemawe and the Oshemawe Council for their vision to industrialize this kingdom. Let's thank God for the various initiatives, all centered at empowering our people in this city. Lord, we thank you. We cannot thank you enough. It has been you all this while. Thank you for giving us this day. Thank you for Akabiesi and Oshemawe in council. Thank you for the passion. Lord, let's thank God for Johnny Mercies granted all our people here, and especially our speakers. Let's thank God for the governor of this state that is very passionate to industrialize the state. Let's begin to bring our prayer. Almighty Father, we want to say thank you. We are not taking it for granted that we long for this day. Thank God for the visionaire, our KBAC and the Oshemawe Council for every effort, every initiative to industrialize Ondo City. Thank you for various initiatives within the town, outside the town, in diaspora. Bless your holy name for this great day. Almighty Father, we commit the event of today unto your able hand. We pray that our gathering today will not be a talk shop, but will be such as to jumpstart the initiative in full force. God of heaven, let it be so in the name of Jesus. This giant stride, let it live long in our heart. And in no so distant a time, testimonies be all over that you have come to restore Ondo City to its enviable position among all other cities in Nigeria and beyond in the name of Jesus. Holy Spirit, take absolute control. At the end of everything, let your name be glorified. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much,
Praise
sir.
the Lord. Praise the Lord. Are we not happy to be alive? Today is the first day in the month of September 2022. A very significant day. The day the Lord has made. We shall be glad and we will rejoice in it. Once again, praise the Lord. Ondo de moki wao. Ale ondo de. Ashe, Musa Akabashi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome us all to the maiden edition of the Ondo Development and Economic Summit, holding here today at the Civic Center, Ondo City. This program is put together by the government of Ondo State through the Office of PIMO and HESMAC Consulting and Ondo Community through a key investment. Once again, I welcome us all. May I introduce to us this day the Governor of Ondo State, our own Mr. Talk and Do, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Odunayo Akeredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, ably represented by the Deputy Governor of Ondo State, Honorable Lucky Orimison Ayedatiwa. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Governor of Ondo State. We also have with us this day our own, a fantastic member, House of Representatives, representing Ondo West and Ondo East, Honorable Abiola Makinde. I recognize you. You are welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also recognize our Baba, the paramount ruler of Ondo Kingdom, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Dr. Victor Adesimbo Kiladejo, CFR, Gilo III, the Oshemawe and paramount ruler of Ondo Kingdom. Ojiwa jiwa leke, jiwa jiwa kon, oto iti leke ba won bobi yan yo, o shoka Ekiti, o shoka Akoko, o to la shoka won no wo. By you. When I said that, the deputy governor looked at me, o shoka wo. That is it, sir. By you. Moki wo baba. Ajepe. Let me also recognize High Chief Simeon Ogutimei, the Lisa of Ondo Kingdom. Baba Wadaigo. We also have with us High Chief Akishade, the Jomu of Ondo Kingdom. Wadaigo Baba. We also have our Baba, High Chief Adeduro, the Sachere of Ondo Kingdom. Baba, I recognize you, sir. Ajepeo. We also have with us High Chief Shola Fuboye Ayodeji, the Adaja of Ondo Kingdom. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. We also have with us High Chief Olaniyan, the Odofi of Ondo Kingdom. Baba Mokiwo Ajepeo. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go back to the members of the Executive Council of the Ondo State Government now. As I recognize Honorable Lola Fagbemi, the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry and Cooperative. I recognize you, you are welcome. We also have with us the Director General, in whose office is collaborating to bring out this program today, Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, Director General, Ondo State Performance and Project Implementation Monitoring Unit, PIMO. I recognize you, Engineer, you are welcome. We also have with us the Honorable Commissioner for Culture and Tourism in Ondo State, Honorable Wale Akinlosoto. I recognize you, sir, you are welcome. Mama. We also have one of our Baba in the house, Inonjo Ogiriosa, Honorable Joseph Irola. Honorable Joseph Irola Akilaja, former member House of Representatives. Baba, I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, because of our time, we have with us also Barrister Omomoro, the Secretary Ondipa. I recognize you, Barrister Omomoro. You are welcome, sir. Let me also recognize the Director, Business Development and Investment in Ondipa, Engineer Femi Akarakiri. I recognize you, Engineer Akarakiri. You are welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mrs. Victoria Oluwase Oyewusi. She is the initiator of One Community, One Industry initiative. I recognize you, madam, you are welcome. We also have with us the chairman ODC, Ondo Development Community, Chief Shiji Akiwande. Chief Shiji Akiwande, I recognize you, sir. Ajepe Baba. Let me also recognize Professor Oguduile. We have with us some of our guest speakers in the house. Nancy Rindam, Executive Secretary, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, covering Oyo, Osun, Ondo, and Ekiti States. I recognize you, Mr. Rindam. You are welcome. We also have our Baba in the house, the Denki man himself, Engineer Adewumi. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Please, in course of this program, we will do more introduction. Our time is fast spent. that wam develop Ondo ohun ẹ̀mẹ̀ṣẹ̀ náà ní ṣe ètò kékeré o àjọ àbámi pa àtẹ́wọ́ kò àwọn agbátẹrù ètò yìí ní abẹ́ ìjọba gọ́vnà wa Olúwarótìmí Akérédolú through ọ́fíìsì kan yẹ pé ní PIMU àti Hesmark Consulting àti Ondo Ẹ̀kí investment àwọn ó gbé ètò yìí dàgbé lárugẹ náà ní fi ìṣe àṣẹlẹ̀ kéde ọrọ̀ ajé yorí àgbáyé dàkó wá dàwàm develop Ondo wọ́n bá lè ṣe dí Honorable Abíọ́lá Dójókòó dí àwọn àbáwá dédé kábíyèsí àwọn àbáwá ìwà rẹ̀ fàdédé náà rí pé ó ti yára mọ̀ fi èṣù kékeré àwàṣe níbẹ̀ náà ní o àjọ àdàtẹ́tí àlẹ̀ ní ìpele nípele àwọn ọ̀nà yálẹ̀ gbọ́ dààmú gbé ọrọ̀ ajé Ondo dààmú gbé lárugẹ òun àwàṣe níbẹ̀ náà ní lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mọ̀ kí wa àkó àbọ̀ síbi ètò òní o Ọlọ́run dí à ń kó wá ṣe o èsù Ondo ṣe bó ṣe tì because èsì olùyànà máa ń do ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ ìdáwọ́ léhun dàmọ́ ṣe ní àṣeyọrí àjọ mo bẹ̀ wá àdàmú ọkàn balẹ̀ dàkàbá ètò yìí lọ. Over to you now, my brother.
And now to the next thing on the program. So starting on the existing protocol, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to go straight to the ODES introduction. And it is my pleasure here this morning to bring up on this microphone Mr. Femi Akinkwebe for the introduction. Please round of applause for him. If your hands are not too busy, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. MC and Mrs. MC. Your Excellency, Deputy Governor of Ondo State, Mr. Lucky Orisami Ayedatiwa, you're welcome, sir. My Egbon, Honorable Makinde, you're welcome, sir. His Imperial Majesty, the Oshemawen of Ondo Kingdom, Dr. Bafvictor Kiladejo, CFR. Abaye Ibadedewa, you are welcome, sir. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocol that has been already established. It gives me a great honor and delight to welcome you all to this Ondo Development and Economy Summit. This was born out of conscious and intentional effort of patriarchs, sons, and daughters of this great kingdom. Ondo State government, under the leadership of Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu SAN, I'm most pleased to finally see that this, after months of preparation and planning, we are finally able to have this much expected, highly anticipated and long overdue summit. I must appreciate His Imperial Majesty, the Oshemawen of Ondo Kingdom, Oba Victor Kiladejo CFR, for his immense support and encouragement, which he gave us right from the moment we informed him about this summit. The late renowned African scholar G.S. Mbiti once said, "I am because you are. And because you are, therefore we are." This statement brings to fore the beauty and essence of Africa's communal setting. History now shown us that the amazing story of kingdom who harnessed their communal strength and went on to dominate, living legend that remain evergreen to date. Ondo Kingdom come with cultural richness, battered from indigenous origin, which we are all proud of to identify with. More importantly, we are blessed with both natural, mineral, and human resources, which has made our land and people a prized asset. While we have beautiful and successful story to tell about our land, It is past time for us to create bigger story based on long-term structure that we can pass down to future generations. The reality of 21st century present economic situation drive home the need for us for conscious, indigenous, collective create economic structure, which will give our people economic liberation and growth. This is why the Project Performance Implementation Monitoring Unit and HESMA Consulting found it important to come up with this Ondo Development and Economy Summit against the conventional belief that state governments are perfectly financially buoyant to address all needs of the state. The recent economic reality has given us more reason as active citizens to contribute in our own local way to implement government, to complement government effort. Traditionally, infrastructure projects are developed by government using public budget. However, with the declining level of public resources, the geometric population increase in Nigeria and the current economic recession, it becomes a daunting task for government to fulfill the social and economic needs of the nation. In response, there is a need for people-government collaborative effort for wealth creation and development. The underlying principle behind this people-government drive is that although the government may need to be responsible for the delivery of particular service, it does not have to be responsible for the actual provision of the service or for undertaking the investment. In this way, all actors, public-private collaboration, can have their hand on deck in doing what they know how to do best, just as we are doing here today. Also, it is important, I reiterate the importance of youth facilitating holistic communal development. The youth are the backbone of society and hence they determine the future of any given society. Youth provide an excellent source of human and social capital within communities. Their network are made up of their peers, family, and adult friends who know about their local resources. We not only have at our disposal a great number of youth, but an excellent number of highly proactive, brilliant, resourceful young people. Coupled to this is the realization of the fact that we have the rise of another generation who at a very tender age are already seeking to spread their wings and fly. And this is for this reason that we must act quickly to build sustainable infrastructure that will not only outlive us, but will also serve us, our children, our future generation. Our fathers did this to the best of their ability. Some of this infrastructure are still here with us. We mention Soka and many others, Lipakala, Nirowi. Even as I conclude this speech, I must call on all good sons and daughters of our dear kingdom in the diaspora, as well as our all other well-meaning Nigeria, not to forget home. It is high time they join hands with our people at home to create community we can be proud of. For years, I have boldly asserted that diaspora have always been a blessing to nations. It has grown without some collaboration or synergy with its weighty diaspora. And this is why we must continue to strategically push for positive collaboration between the local and the diaspora. Strategic effort must be made to combat the brain drain that we witness to be brain gain. It is high time funds sent home by our people in diaspora are not just used for economic welfare, but also for social investment. As we gather here today, to deliberate and plan for the future, I employ us all to give it all for the sake of the sustainability of our dear kingdom and the nation at large. We have no other hope to call house. Hence, the need for us to collectively rise up to the task of rebuilding and advancing in unity, regardless of where you are from, regardless of your political party, regardless of your religion. In unity, our community, as we collectively seek the creative wealth stream that will uplift our people. Thank you all, and once again, I welcome you all.
And that was from Mr. Femi Akinkwebe, introduction of the ODS. His Excellency Kabesi, our chiefs, our commissioners, all protocol duly observed here this morning. Before we move on with this event, we'd like us to watch on this screen the Ondo overview. And after that, we'll move on with this event. Please, can we have that on the screen? Thank you.
Something I've come to know. Hey, hey man, I want more man, don't know. Na 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 na, in the day be me. Yeah, yeah, in the day be more fool. Yeah, there is something I've come to know. Hey man, I want more man, don't know. Yeah, yeah, Ondo man. We are the people from Ijama. Yema go them mommy. Hey Ondo Nagidi. My brother, it's my pride. When it comes to beauty, I'll be a walkway. When it comes to strength, Ondo Meshole. There is something you need to know. Amen, I want more man, don't I care.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. This is an overview of Ondo City. Please, can we give a round of applause for our town? We've not been seen any other place, but this is our lovely city. As we move on with this event here this morning, we'd like to move on straight to the next thing on this program without wasting our time. Afekpe Bawa. He is the royal father of today's event and also the chief host. Please join me here this morning to welcome His Imperial Majesty Oba Dr. Victor Adeshimbo Kiladejo, CFR, July 3rd, the Oshimawe and paramount ruler of Ondo Kingdom. As we welcome Kabiyesi, his introduction, sir. You're welcome, sir. Ẹ bá mi ṣe àbáyé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
Ondo amanuye amasanwaye o. Your Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Akeredolu, SAN, ably represented by our amiable Deputy Governor, Honorable Lucky Ayedatiwa. Thank you very much. Our own son, member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Makinde, me fẹ́ pè ẹ́ ní nickname ẹ ṣàkóra ó ṣe máa wí gbọ́dọ̀ pé nickname. Let me also equally represent our immediate past member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Akinlaja Mokiel. Let me greet my distinguished high chiefs, Baba Lisa, Baba Jomo, Baba Sachere, Baba Adaja, Baba Odofin, Mokidede Won. They are here because, we are all here because of the importance of what we are doing today. Our Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Fagbemi Mokiel, Honorable Wale Akinlosotu, let me quickly recognize the Director General of PPMI, I think. That's Babajide, Engineer Babajide, the son of our governor. I single you out for a specific reason because I know your effort at making this possible. Babajide is a chief of the old stock. You have done very well. God Almighty will continue to be with you. And you will continue to be a pride, not only to your family, but to the entire people of Nigeria. I also want to specially recognize our own son, Femi Akinkwebi, who is actually the brain behind all this. This is the first time we are having this kind of summit. We are talking of cooperation between the people of Ondo Kingdom and the government. I want to especially thank you. He is full of energy and is the kind of person that whatever he wants to do, he puts his body, the soul, the spirit, and everything into it. I want to thank you for what we are doing today. I also want to thank the chairman and members of Ondo Development Committee for obvious reasons, because the Ondo Development Committee also played very prominent role in making what we are doing today possible. I especially want to thank the state government particularly our own governor, Mr. Talk and Do. Is somebody that is passionate about the development of this state. Is somebody that we have Ondo Kingdom, the people of Ondo Kingdom have a lot of respect for. We want to thank him for all he has been doing, and we also thank him for what he will continue to do. The Almighty God will be with him. No weapon fashioned against him will ever prosper. May his time be known for good, now and forever. What we are doing today is what our great-grandfathers did before. It will interest you to know that most of the developmental projects you see in Ondo Kingdom were done by the people of Ondo themselves. We have not been waiting for helpers from outside. We believe in self-help, self-effort. We can name so many examples. This hall where we are seated was built by the people of Ondo Kingdom. Owned by the people of Ondo Kingdom. The development by the physical strength of the people of Ondo Kingdom. I want to seize the opportunity to thank our people. And you can hardly find something like this built by a community itself in this part of Nigeria. There are so many examples. We are the first community to have our own community-owned radio station. Ondo Kingdom is the first community that built its own community-owned secondary school. I'm referring to Metro Ondo Boys High School, the Great Ondo Boys High School. We also built our own general hospital before we handed it over to the state government. One can go on and on. So what we are doing today is not just starting. It's something that was long started by our forefathers. And we want to build on it. So why am I saying this? It's just to assure the organizers of this program that it's going to be a success. Because we are going to synergize, we are going to collaborate with the state government to ensure the success of this, of the program. And when one considers the fact that the government alone can no longer do everything, our people, we are prepared to work with the government to see to the success of what we are doing. This is important because it's like planting a mustard seed that we know will germinate to a big tree where all of us can be plucking fruit to eat, where we can sit down and enjoy the shade. And I'm sure we are going to achieve what we have set out to achieve. My other concern for what we are doing today is because of our youth. Because we used to, at the time, the theme, our emphasis was, we always say that our youth are our future. ODC, the motto was our youth, our future. Now it's our youth, our present and future. We really need to help the youths. And there's no way you can talk of helping the youths if we don't have economic development. And that's why the idea of Ondo Development and Economic Summit is very, very, very important. And I'm sure the youths will seize the opportunity and ensure that we achieve the desired results. Years past, not too long ago, in fact, Christianity was brought to Ondo Kingdom. We embraced it. With Christianity came civilization. We were the first to embrace Christianity. With Christianity came civilization, education, and so many other things. We capitalized on that, and we achieved a lot of great things. In the recent past, not too long ago, major European companies had their depot in Ondo Kingdom. Ondo Kingdom was then the hub of anything that has to do with trade in this part of the country. Even up to today, we still have the shops or the remnants of SCOA, CFAO, UAC, Macava, and so many other companies dotted the landscape of Ondo Kingdom. That's telling us that we have been on this for long. And so it is my prayer that what we are doing today is going to be a reference point. It's going to be something that will stimulate our people, the youth and the adults, to work collaboratively with the government to ensure that we achieve the desired results. Once again, Your Excellency, we thank you for being here, and may the Almighty God continue to bless you and your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Àtọ́bá mi fọyà báyìí ò nẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o. Bàbá wa jẹ́ pẹ́ o. Mr. Governor, sir, the Member House of Representatives, members of the Ondo State Executive Council, referred Kabiyesi, all the parts of the protocols I respectfully observe. We are gradually coming to the reasons why we are here. I have one of our fantastic on-air personality in the house, from Orange FM, Mr. Akinwumi Abodude. He will be the one to handle the next session. And while he's preparing for that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite the Governor of Ondo State, our own Mr. Talk and Do, ably represented by the Deputy Governor of Ondo State, Honorable Lucky Orimison Ayedatiwa, as he comes forward to give the Governor's speech. Please, we can do better, please, please. Let's appreciate Mr. Governor. Thank you, everyone.
Let's be seated. The son of the soil, representing Ondo East and West in the Federal House of Representatives, Honorable Abiola Makinde. Osha Prapra. I recognize you. Let me acknowledge the Chief Royal Host, Kabiyesi, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Dr. Victor Adesimbo Kiladejo CFR, the Oshemawe
and paramount ruler of Ondo Kingdom. Kábíyèsí o, bàbá yìí o. Let me use that opportunity to acknowledge all our high chiefs that are here with Kábíyèsí. Gbogbo àwọn ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ ọrùn pátápátá, gbogbo yín ni mo kí o. The Lisa of Ondo Kingdom, Baba Oguntimehin mo kí yín o. The Jọmú, Ṣàṣẹrẹ, Adájà, Ọ̀dọ̀fin, gbogbo yín pátápátá ni mo kí o. Ní orúkọ gómìnà wa a kí gbogbo yín. Let me also acknowledge the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Mrs. Lola Fagbemi. I recognize you. The son of the soil, the Honorable Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Wale Akinlosotu, I also recognize you. The Director General of PIMO, Engineer Babajide Akeredolu, I also recognize you. My brother, a former member, House of Representatives, who is also a veteran, a son of the soil, Honorable Joseph Iraola Akinlaja, I recognize you. Thank you for coming. You know, when someone was talking earlier, I can't remember who actually mentioned that this is not about political party. This is about development. And I'm glad to have you here. Not minding, you know, that this is being put together by this current government through some other private initiative, but you choose to be part of it. That means you believe in development. Thank you for coming. Let me also acknowledge the Secretary of ODIPA, Barrister Femi Omomowo. You are welcome. And also the Director of Business Development and Investment ODIPA, Engineer Femi Akarakiri. You are also welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if I have not particularly recognized you, God knows you are here, all of you. All the participants, all invited guests. You know, God has said something about you. He said you are fearfully and wonderfully made. If God speaks of you that you are fearfully and wonderfully made, even if I cannot mention your name, just know that you are important. Because the report of God is more important than my own report. Or which report will you believe? That of God. So you are all welcome. I bring warm greetings and a very sincere one indeed from Mr. Governor, Arakunrelu Arotimi Odun Akeredolu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, whom I am honored to be representing here at this very event. Mr. Governor sent his greetings, and I'm so delighted and feel so honored to represent him here. And I also want to thank all of you for turning up in this large number to be part of this great occasion. This is a very big hall and it's almost filled up. That means you have a developmental mind. Clap for yourselves. And I can also say that, as we can see from the start of this event, you know, it's truly has become historic, you know, with the people, the caliber of people that are here and the number that are here in attendance. The Ondo Development and Economic Summit, first of its kind. And I want to really thank the initiator of this, PIMO, and my brother Femi Akinkwebi that put this together. Thank you very much. Ondo Kingdom is taking a lead in this already, and I believe other communities within Ondo State will follow suit because we need this. This administration, talking about development, we are not just talking about vertical development that has to do with increase in our capital income or increase or better standard of living for our people. We also talk about horizontal development that has to do with the spread of development all across the state, the various senatorial districts and major cities. And that is why this very summit is very important. So when we came on board in 2017, we received a mandate to run the affairs of this state with much enthusiasm and concerns. Concerns in terms of how to transform the state from the level we met it to an enviable height of sustainable economic growth. For this purpose, we put in place several platforms to coordinate the economic, infrastructural, and industrial growth of the state. Such platforms include Ondo State Development and Investment and Promotion Agency, ONDIPA, Ondo State Agribusiness Empowerment Center, USAIC, Ondo State Entrepreneurship Agency, ODIA, and several others. Kabiyesi, ladies and gentlemen, the key areas of this summit are no doubt in consonance with the focus of our administration as encapsulated in our redeemed agenda, which is tailored towards the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, for purposeful and impactful deliverables. The strategic plan of our government has been to create an enabling environment for the industrial and infrastructural development through collaboration with credible private sector investors. These efforts culminated in the development of the Ore Industrial Park on 1,000 hectares of eco-friendly economic and industrially zoned land in partnership with HESMAC Industry Limited and other government-facilitated, privately established industrial parks such as Ondo Leyin Industrial Hub, the upcoming Manko Allied Industry Limited Modern Industrial Park, and Ondo Guangdong Free Trade Zone. Within the Ondo Leyin Industrial Hub, several companies have been established and are operational. Today, we have the following industries operating at the Ore Industrial Park: automobile assembly plant, paper mill factory, textile and fabric factory, ethanol production factory, MDF and HDF marine factory, Alas Charis LPG, Somos Solar Company, ASB Valiant Company, ATC Global Wide. All of these are in our zone. It is noteworthy to inform you that the state government is vigorously pursuing other projects at different locations within the state. Projects such as deep sea port development in Ilaje local government area, down south, bitumen exploitation in Irele local government, the Southern Senatorial District, road constructions all across the various cities in Ondo State, housing development, sugarcane to ethanol project, free trade zones development, commercial fishing project, transport and logistics hub, ICT development, etc., etc. All of these are to put in different locations all across the state so that we can have a horizontal development all across the state. All these investments are to be midwifed under a well-structured, economically viable private-public partnership arrangement. In the area of agro-processing, we are attracting local and international investors through the marketing of areas of our competitive advantage as a state. Ondo State's highly developed human capital, mineral resources, fertile agricultural land, relative security, and more importantly, the hospitable nature of its citizens and residents have made some private investors to choose the state as destination for their investment. Cabeces, ladies and gentlemen, it also gladdens our heart to inform you that several companies have been brought into the state's Red Gold Initiative program designed for resurgence in palm oil product development. We are delighted to inform you that over 60,000 hectares of land had been allocated to several oil palm farmers, such as JB Farms Limited, Sudit Oil and Chemicals Limited, Ella Lakes Limited, Bambi Farms Limited, amongst others. The idea behind the Red Gold Initiative project is for the state to set aside land for the development of oil palm plantation to credible and net worth investors having the financial and technical capabilities to cultivate and process oil palm produce in the state, so as to enable the state to take a lead in oil palm plantation development and oil palm products in Nigeria. In all, an investment value of over 65 billion has been attracted to the state in the agricultural sector. You know, earlier when the clip was being shown, the overview of Ondo Kingdom, I saw Kabiyesi's palace, I saw the roundabout and vehicle moving, but they didn't show us the vast land that Ondo State has for agriculture and other development. So please showcase that to the world so that it will attract investors, that there is arable land in Ondo Kingdom that we can utilize for development. No doubt the speed, quality, and sustainability of any economy recovery will be majorly determined by the effective responses of any government at a given time. This was why the state government established the Ondo State Entrepreneurship Agency, ONDIA, to directly tackle head-on the challenges faced by our entrepreneurs as well as micro and macro businesses in the state. This is to further inculcate into them the entrepreneurial mindset and culture that will create more jobs in the near future. The state government, through Ondia, strategically trains, empowers, and develops citizens and residents of our dear state to be self-sufficient and self-sustaining. All these initiatives are put in place to galvanize the growth and development of our state. If you have not accessed these various bodies one way or the other, they are there for all of us, the indigenes and residents of Ondo State. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to personally, on behalf of Mr. Governor once again, laud this initiative of organizing an economic summit of this nature. I believe ODS will contribute to the confidence building of our government and the private sector's operators. It will also help in capacity building, adoption of global best practices and best government agencies' performance. You can see that from the theme, exploring global investment opportunity. And if you are to explore the opportunity, you must put every measures in place that will meet global best practice. And I'm sure this is part of what the initiator of this summit is also considering. The objective of this summit is clear, and the concept is well understood. It is in line with the vision of the Akeredolu-led administration. We believe that if all communities in Ondo State can follow this spirit, the aggregate outcome of the effort will no doubt boost the economy of our dear state. If Ondo Kingdom take advantage of all its potential, what they have, definitely it will add to the development of the state. Therefore, we look forward to more of this across the state. Like I said, Ondo Kingdom has taken a lead, and I'm sure other areas will also follow suit. Let me thank the good people of Ondo State, as represented by all of us that are here, for your peaceful coexistence, undying loyalty and support given to government programs. It is essential to know that meaningful development cannot be achieved without the cooperation of the people. Kabiyesi, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my firm belief and fervent hope that with the right economic policies, legal framework, coupled with the continued commitment to the industrial best practices and standards, good security architecture, Ondo State's industrial breakthrough is inevitable in the shortest time possible. Let me once again commend the organizer of this summit for this wonderful initiative and idea in complementing our top-notch policies and programs geared towards the socio-economic development of Ondo State. I wish you all a productive, fruitful, and enjoyable summit. Thank you for listening, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Please, let's put our hands together very well, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate the Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Odunayo Akeredolu, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Honorable Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa. Thank you very much, sir. We are so grateful. Well, in case you are just joining us, we are still on the Ondo Development and Economic Summit 2022 with the theme, Exploring Global Investment Opportunities. Mo ti kí àwa náà kan, mi bí a ṣe lè kó ọrọ̀ ajé àgbáyé déédéé dáa kó wá sí ìlú Ondo, ohun ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ níbẹ̀ ní òní. Deputy Governor wa dẹ̀ ti mú ẹ̀hún bá àwọn ohun yìí ìjọba Yorùbá ló ti ṣe as far as economy is concerned ní ṣókí so tó wà dẹ̀ ní yàtọ̀ náà Ondo nítorí mo máa fọ ọgbọ̀n sàn ibẹ̀ ti bá Ondo dédé náà kàn sí mo kí wa for àkú ìjókòó. Mr. Governor, sir, may I quickly recognize Mr. Olumbe Akikube, the Executive Chairman, Ondo State Information Technology Agency. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. We also have with us another son of the soil, Mr. Tolu Adegbie, Executive Chairman, Ondo State Internal Revenue Services, ODIRS. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. We also have with us Otumba Muyi Olorun Ogunwumiju, APC candidate, Ondo West Constituency 1. I recognize you, my brother. Professor Ogudu Ile, immediate past VC Osustek. I recognize you, Prof. You are welcome. Princess Fade Jogun Ade Ayola, CEO Eki Shat Show. I recognize you, Princess. You are welcome. Mr. Ade Ayola, Chairman Bambi Group. I recognize you, Mr. Ayola. You are welcome. Pastor Henry Adesioye Demand prayed with us. He is representing Ondo State Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Pastor, I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. We also have Mr. Kelvin Chu, the MD, We Wood Ore. I recognize you. You are one of our guest speakers. You are welcome, sir. May I also recognize Dr. Tola Awoshika. I recognize you, Dr. Awoshika. You are welcome. Honorable Ade Adeni. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our governor is still seated here this afternoon, our MHR, to our commissioners, KBSC, our Oshomawe Council, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell us this afternoon that Ondo State is moving forward, and also Ondo Kingdom, Ondo City, prior to this state, we're moving forward. In a bid to move this city forward, we have young men who have strived hard to put us on the map in entertainment. And recently in the year 2020, sir, I'd like to tell you that somebody represented Nigeria and he won on a big platform representing this country as a first person who has done that. It is my pleasure to tell you that this young man is from nowhere else but from Ondo town. Sir, he sings, and when it comes to music, it's a global language, and he won big at a global festival which is called the Afri Music. And I tell you, he's the first African to win this. He's right here in this hall this afternoon, making us proud, making Ondo Kingdom proud. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to bring up on stage here this afternoon to serenade us this afternoon, singing his lovely song to us here this afternoon. Please, let's make welcome Dotune on the microphone. Thank you.
And while he's making his way to the podium, let me quickly recognize one of our Baba in the house, Dr. Jibayo Oyebade, a former commissioner for agriculture in Ondo State. I recognize you, sir. Engineer Dele Olanubi, I recognize you, sir. And Chief Sir Ayo Akibule, I recognize you, sirs. You're welcome.
And ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Dotune. Thank you.
Abayo. Ekimogun Sheyo. Sheyo. Only you me every time when you move a call. Omando me, it in your every time. If you are profiting from this sound, of your me, in your hands, okay.
There is something I've come to know. And then I want more man, do now. Na 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 na. My brother, it's better. When it comes to beauty, I'm here fire. When it comes to strength, come and do measure love. There is something you need to know, And then I want more man, do not care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was from Dotun, that's Ondo Boy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and from Dotun, that's Ondo Boy, a lovely performance. Please, round of applause for Dotun, that's Ondo Boy. Round of applause. I said it's we're making Ondo proud in our own little way. Dotun was nominated and he won at the Afro Music. And I can tell you that song was produced here in this town over to the world. Please, round of applause for him one more time. And now we would like to have a word from the Ekimogo in Council as we hand over the microphone to High Chief Lisa. Please, round of applause for Baba as we invite him on the microphone here this afternoon. About fún Baba Lisa láti wọ́, about fún ọ láti wọ́, nígbà tí àwọn bàbá wọn bọ̀ láti wá sọ̀rọ̀. Bàwọ̀ Kúbọ̀, you're welcome, sir. Yes, sir.
Your Excellency, our amiable Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Rotimi Akeredolu, ably represented here today by our amiable Deputy Governor, Ayedatiwa. You are most welcome. Our Kabiyesi, you are most. All other, I think I have to stand on the existing protocol for lack of time. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity because the governor has said a lot, in his speech to us. And I think we should react or at least say one or two things that readily come to our mind. Our Deputy Governor, greetings to our governor. We continue to appreciate him. We really know his anxiety for industrialization of this Ondo state. A time there was, you even still mentioned it in his speech today. There are two major projects, apart from all that has been said. This deep sea port. If the deep sea port comes online, I'm sure a lot of economic development will arise from it in Ondo State. Bitumen, we have been talking about bitumen as far back as 1965, when S.L. Akintola was mentioning it. And our governor, I'm sure, is hoping, is proposing to make sure that this bitumen comes to reality. Again, the deep sea port is anxious to make sure that it comes to reality. And by the grace of God, all this will come into reality in Ondo State. But where I'm heading for, I have raised it with him before, with the governor. All this industrialization, all these companies at everywhere, the main thing that can really help any industrialization is power. If we don't have power, I can't see. Diesel now, I don't know how much it is. So people who are not even keen, to do anything in this place, if we have power, and when I raised it with the governor at one time about this Omotosho, if Omotosho, which is being set up by federal government, cannot fly again, is it possible for Ondo State? Because I think he even told me that we are trying to do our own. So can we look into that possibility, Deputy Governor, so that if we have power, because without power, all these things we are saying, nobody will have the money for, what do they call it, diesel. It won't fly. So if we have power, then we'll be able to do most of these things. The other thing we want to credit the governor for, or appreciate the governor for, is the security, is the arrowhead, to ensure security of this place. With his Amatekun, is the champion, is the everything. So if we have security and we have power, Ondo State will just be probably the best state in this place. We appreciate him, we thank him for his efforts. So we want the government to kindly help us look possibility of even having our own power, and not relying solely on the federal government about this Omatosho. The security, he's doing his best. And we still want to appeal to federal government to allow our Amatekun, to do all that is needful, even it may mean carrying arms so that they can arrest the situation in this country. So once again, Deputy Governor, we appreciate you. We thank you very much, and we thank the governor. So those are the two major things. Security is being tackled, but we want more power, for our Amatekun. Power, electricity, that's how the industrialization can really materialize and be meaningful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From High Chief Simeon Ogutime, the Lisa of Ondo Kingdom. Akibabawa, thank you very much, sir. As I sit down, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. and let me add barrister to it, Dr. Jibayo Adeye, the Special Advisor to the Ondo State Governor on Strategy, Political and Legislative Matters. Sir, you're welcome. Recognize the player. Sir, this is a man who loves Ondo so much. His Nibanola farm is a place to visit. I tell you, sir, it's a talk for another day. We are building a film industry in Ondo town. Recently, I shot a movie which was nominated for the African Magic Viewers' Choice Award. And in a bid to do more for Ondo town, produced in this town, in a bid to do more, we shot a film recently featuring people like Shola Shobowale and the rest. And Honorable Dr. Jibayo Adeye gave us his farm to shoot. We did principal shooting on his farm. Please round of applause for him one more time. Thank you very much for all you do to develop Ondo Kingdom. God bless you, sir. And from there, we'd like to also recognize the presence of Engineer Ayotunde Bali, the CEO of Avo Finance Limited. Mr. Bali, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Archbishop. Mr. Governor, sir, Member, House of Representatives, members of the Ondo State Executive Council, our referred KBSC, the Oshemawe in Council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, I would like to bring to the podium now one of our own, a fantastic on-air personality, the Director, News and Current Affairs, Orange 94.6 FM, Mr. Akinwumi Abodude. He will be the one to anchor the next section. Please let's put our hands together very well.
For Mr. Akinwumi Abodude, you're welcome.
Mr. Governor, represented by his deputy, KBSC, the Oshemawe of Ondo Kingdom, of course, Member House of Representatives, members of the State Executive Council, the revered chiefs of Ondo Kingdom, and of course, all sons and daughters of Ondo Kingdom. Ketirio, will you accept me into Ondo Kingdom? KBSC, I am your son, and you have accepted me. I am a son of Ondo Kingdom. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what we have come here to do today is not just about today, it's about the future of this land, and by extension, the future of our great nation. Why? The truth be told, very many young people in this country today are not just seeking greener pastures abroad anymore. They are fleeing this country. Why? There are no jobs for them to do. But we keep priding ourselves as the nation with the greatest potentials in the world. So what is happening? We are not developing our industrial sector the way we should. Therefore, Mr. Governor, Member House of Representatives, KBSC, and all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we will be discussing very fundamental issues. First, we will seek to see how Ondo Kingdom can actually take the lead in industrializing our country. I'm sure that if this happens, then other communities will take a cue. We will be looking at a key industrial hub. How do we make it functional? There are a lot of things that have been said by governments over the time that have not actually been able, we have not achieved as a country. So, a key industrial hub, what will make it tick? That's the first thing. We will also take a look at the agricultural sector. Unfortunately, this country is one that has done a lot of mouthing about developing the agricultural potentials that we have. Next is the ICT development. Whether we like it or not, if we do not do the needful about ICT, we will be left far behind in the global scheme of things. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, respectfully, the governor, the KBSC, and other top officials of government, we shall start today by taking a look at how to make the Eki industrial hub tick. And to discuss these issues are five. And of course, to discuss these issues are five very eminent citizens. Mr. Popola Lanre, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Engineer Adewumi, Managing Director Denki, Honorable Lola Fagbemi, Honorable Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Great Sheyi Akintunde, Chairman, Nigeria Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, and of course, Mr. Femi Akinkwebi, Managing Director of HESMA Consultants. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will now bring you the electronic presentation on these very important gentlemen and women as we invite them to the stage. Please, the electronic presentation. Mr. Governor, please forgive our breaking transmission. We will get it right very soon. Of course, while we are trying to get the electronic presentation ready, it's important to state that tomorrow will also be very, very loaded.
Production industry situated here in Ondo. But as Ondo is one of the developing states in our country, Nigeria. In the early stages of life, we have countless production industries situated here in Ondo. But as time goes on, the changes in government policies and other factors led to the end of these companies.
Ondo's town as a body has always been in the forefront of development as far as Ondo State and even Ondo Province is concerned. Talking about Ondo Province, we are talking of Ondo that extends to the Benin. We are talking of Ondo that covers Ekiti, Akoko, and even part of Kogi State.
When we were growing up in Ondo, we had Nirowi, we had Premier Metal, and these were government-facilitated projects. We also had individual industrialists in Ondo Kingdom. We had the likes of Are Bekoyi, S. Nagumbiade, S. Oladapo, my dad, S.O.K. Ade Soka, Akinjagula, Akinawonu. These were indigenous industrialists that had so many business ventures in town.
People were into cocoa. We hear of the Akinolas. We hear of Oladapo Sawmill. We hear of Mana Bakery. We also hear about so many private sectors, people into petroleum businesses, Soka Petrol, Soka Gas. We have so many things like that, and some businesses, some women were good in the textile businesses. In the daily need businesses, we used to hear of Mama John Holt. My own mother, though she's still alive, was a strong member of the John Holt and G.B. Oliver's major distributorship.
And one thing about Ondo, when we have only 5 chambers of commerce in Nigeria, Ondo City was number 3 in 1962. They have their office at 2 Oke Street. As of 1962. After Lagos, Ibadan, there Ondo.
Looking at all of this, the industrial level of impact is not positively felt for good on community development. Due to this, others is aimed at making sure we have a new dawn here again in Ondo. Our synergy and cooperation is really key in making sure we accomplish this mission. Here today in Odo's 2022, speaking on the topic, effects of industry in community development, are Mr. Popola Lamri, person in charge of Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. We have Engineer Adewumi Enki. Honorable Fagbini, Grechi Akitude, and Dr. Femi Akikwebi.
Let's put our hands together for Ondo Kingdom. I think we can do better. Mr. Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, Kabiesi, your revered majesty, today we will try to find critical answers to some issues that have been tugging at our minds about the development of our great country. No nation or society develops without an effective industry. So, of course, today we will take a look at the effects of industry in community development. But beyond that, we will also try to examine the issues that have limited us as a society when it comes to industrialization. Once again, may I respectfully welcome all of the panelists. Well, I'm going to begin with Mr. Grechi Akintunde, and that's for a reason. In most parts of the world, you would realize that, and I mean the developed economies, you would realize that it is the small and medium enterprises that actually drive the economy. Yes, there are big companies in countries like America and Europe and all of that, Canada and all of that, but you will realize that it is the small-scale industries that actually drive development. So for me, we must explore that aspect of our lives. So, Mr. Grechi Akintunde, you're chairman of the Nigeria Association of Small-Scale Industrialists. Why are you not driving the development the way you should?
Thank you very much, sir. I am Grechi Akintunde. Coincidentally, I am also a son of the soil. And I want to appreciate God for Ondo Kingdom. The truth is that from life immemorial, the industriousness of the Ondos is a kind of thing that cannot be matched with anywhere in the world. And I still want to say, let me quickly talk about the small-scale industries. You see, the small-scale industries encompasses several arms, and it has been thriving from the beginning of the world even to this hour. We only needed to enhance and improve on what we have on ground. Like you said, small enterprises are the engine room of any nation, and it has ever been engine room of Ondo Kingdom. As we are seated, before we came this morning, several of us ate eba. Who produce gari? It is the small industries. The palm oil, the small industries. The shoes we wear, the small industries. Nearly everything in this hall were produced by the small industries. The blocks, and several other things. So we've been working and we are still working. All we are trying to do is to ensure that we have more hands on deck. If you will bear with me, sir, most of the large and bigger industries, why they die, the small-scale industries cannot die. Because if they die, the whole community will be off. And so we are here today to encourage even the youth, even the adults, that there are still more feet to cover. And that's why in the small-scale industrial subsector of the economy of Ondo State and vis-a-vis Ondo Kingdom, we've been enhancing them severally. We know several of the problems which we shall be sharing as we move on. Our father has talked about power is a major issue. Finance is a major issue. Strength and training is a major issue. And those are the areas where we concentrate as at now to see. Just about 2 weeks ago, somebody was asking me that we should look for alternative to NEPA, if we will still call it the old name. You understand that? The small-scale industrial subsector of the economy should look for an alternative that we can have power generated within ourselves, though we are looking towards government. So small-scale industries, we are thriving. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, Mr. Gracie, of course, I'll come back to you. Let me come quickly to Engineer Adewumi, Managing Director, because you raised a few issues that he needs to actually talk about as well. Engineer Adewumi, I know that you're the Managing Director of Denki Wire and Cable Industry, and that's one of the thriving industries in this state. But from the issues raised by Mr. Gracie Akintunde, would you say that in actual fact, because I know that there are not too many of such industries, even though Mr. Gracie has talked about Gary processing factories and all of that, we must take our industrialization to the next level if those industries must actually start employing the people we turn out as graduates. So, Engineer Adewumi, what exactly is your experience? Basically, I want you to share experience with industrialization.
Thank you very much. I'm indeed very, very happy to be in the midst of KBS's, Your Excellencies, and all the good people of Ondo. Something that is very, very unique is that I school in Ondo here. That is why I said at this function I must be here. And I'm particularly happy that it's an Ondo son, Dr. Femi Akikwebi, has been giving me some motivation. When I first came to Ondo State, as you must have been told, I started the production of wire and cable. That is Denki wires. Dr. Femi came to me and said, look here, you can't stay here. Whenever I'm going to Lagos, I see Coleman on the main road. You must come to Ore. And I'm happy to tell the indigenous of Ondo State that, Ondo town, that I'm already in a position in Ore to start cable manufacturing, which will show people going to Lagos, people going to East, that there's a cable industry in Ondo State. That is very, very encouraging. Yes, from what Gracie said, I will say that I am not happy with Ondo State. The way we take our cottage industries, our forefathers did it, and they succeeded, but we left it. I want to ask from some people here, do you know the economic value of broom? I gave a lecture of recent to cottage industry. The broom you see there, do you know that you can become a millionaire through broom? They sell broom now 200 naira. If you produce 1,000, how much will that one give you? Where do they get all this? Is from Ondo. I will surprise you, and I'm happy that my deputy governor is here. Where you go from, Your Excellency, you find out from your people, all the brooms they are producing in that place is somebody that comes, collect them, and load them at Oredia. Making fortune from Ondo. Our people are not even doing anything. Cottage industry is very, very important. What Gracie is also saying is very, very important. But something that I always disagree with is that people said power. I don't agree. Indians come here, Chinese come here. How do they survive? Why can't we take the same step? They use generators and they are surviving. Don't let us be telling lies against power. We can do it well. India, go to Ilukweju, go to all these places. It's the fire generators, they do everything, and they are surviving. But we keep on sitting down here complaining that it is no power, no power, no power. I don't think I want to agree. You do your small, when the power comes, we now go ahead. Even right now, at Omotosho there, they are generating power that is being transferred to Ede, that they now supply other people. Very close to that place, they can give you that. How many of us have gone to industrial park to go and establish? Despite the fact that the power is here. And I was told by Dr. Akikwebi that very soon, Ondo State, I've never seen a government that's so industrial like the present administration we are. For the past 20 years, I've been in Ondo State. The only aggressive government in industrialization is our Arakuri, Oluwarotimi, Akeredolu, Commander-in-Chief of Amateku in the universe. So this type of thing, what else do you want the government to do for us? Please let us rally around the governor and make sure that we make all these industries work. The small scale, the other things. In the olden days, people are making baskets, making gold, making all these things. We are no more doing them. I think that is where I want to contribute about cottage industry. I have other important things that I want to say during my own time.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Engineer Adewu. Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Greche, the issue of power is the major issue you raised. But Engineer Adewumi says, that's why I said he should share experience, because I know that he's into manufacturing. Well, that's another angle. But Engineer Adewumi, I'll just put you on notice, because I'll come back to you and ask how profitable it is to fire generators when you are actually in manufacturing. The representative of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, well, that is one area that a lot of manufacturers always talk about. Power. But Engineer Adewumi is saying it shouldn't be an excuse. Now, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria is supposed to drive development from that perspective, from the industrialization perspective. So how much work has man, let me just call it man now, how much work has man been able to do in developing, in driving industrialization in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Nanzin Remdan. I'm the Executive Secretary of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, covering Oyo, Oshun, Ondo, and Ekiti states. Representing our able chairman, Mr. Lanre Popola, who, because of business needs, is unavoidably absent. As we are talking about manufacturing, power, as everyone has said, is very key, because that is what drives all your machines. Even when you come to putting up alternative energy, solar, wind, but the force needed to power those machines, it's only gotten by either the national grid or heavy generators, and you're talking about kilowatts and a whole lot bigger gens, not your I pass my neighbor kind of generators. So when engineer says power shouldn't be an issue, it's
no, he didn't say power shouldn't be an issue. He said power shouldn't be an excuse.
Well, excuse for manufacturers not to produce. But you see, we are still producing, despite the fact that it is expensive. Now, the spiral effect is that cost of production goes up. As man, what we are trying to do all around is to encourage the government to take away so much of these taxes on diesel. Like currently, there's a 7.5 VAT on diesel products. And if you take that away, on the cost of diesel that is 800 naira per liter now, 7.5% is barely 50 naira. So it drops down to 750. Now, how much do you use? How much of it can you power in so much time to produce enough to even store up and supply? Now, it will affect the cost of your production, and then it will affect the sales. Now, if I'm going to just buy imported materials from outside the country who has a better energy source, the cost of that material will be cheaper than the one locally produced. So while we're saying that energy should not be an excuse, but it's still a major contributor to why patronizing Nigerian goods becomes very difficult. Look at the perspective of money in your pocket. So you get your salary at the end of the day. You want to break it down into different departments of your house, and then the cost of buying those essential items is higher than those imported. You might want to buy foreign imported products to the detriment of your Nigerian brand. So it's very essential that power becomes addressed very seriously. Now we have different options in place, private and even government deliberate actions to make energy more constant and available. There are so many traps in the national grid that are untapped. There are Shell partnering with so many consultants to map out or even produce gas as an alternative to the regular diesel. So all this driving the cost of energy must really be deliberate by everybody, like by the government, because now I think there's a bill that has been passed by the National Assembly to enable states to produce their own energy. So if that becomes fully in effect, I assure you that the cost of production will reduce, and then more of Nigerian brands will make it in the Nigerian market, and we will look forward to an international market, because we want to see all these products made in Nigeria purchased and patronized outside Nigeria. A very typical platform is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. How ready are we? If the cost of my product in Nigeria is already more expensive than importing, when I now export it to my neighboring country, how can I compete in that market? And if we open up our borders for that kind of business, their own products will be cheaper in Nigeria. And then you see, we'll have to patronize that, because back to the economics, the money or the power of the money in your pocket.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. Well, I'll now go to the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, because we've come to the point, a lot of the people who have spoken have linked the challenges to government somehow. So, what is government? I know that one of the, part of the 8-point redeemed agenda is industrialization, creating sustainable industries. How far can government go to solve these problems? One. Secondly, how much innovation is government bringing into industrialization and industrial development?
Oh, thank you. Let me express my great pleasure in participating in this very, very historic occasion. And let me congratulate our kingdom, especially our king, for being development conscious and for being focused on development at all times. I remember sometimes in December, 18 December 2015 specifically, this city, this Ondo, was declared as Ondo City. And why were they doing that? They were looking to an Ondo that will be sustainable for generations yet unborn. This is an Ondo that has been taking part in coastal trade 200 years ago with the people of Agbabu, and that was why places like John Holtz, Mike Kwifer, and all of them were concentrated in Ondo. This kingdom is a kingdom that has so much interest in commerce, commercial activities. As I'm talking to you, there were, in those days, there were industries like this clothes that I'm wearing is about 100 years old. This one is about 100 years old. And it was made by our people here. So sometimes along the line, something happened. So many things happened. And that's why sustainability is important. And that's why this government is putting up so much in place to be able to see that whatever we are doing now will be sustainable. For now, government is concentrating on, because oil is filtering away. We want to concentrate on non-oil products. And as rightly mentioned by great Sheyi, we are blessed. This city is one of those places sitting in the heart of a very good vegetation across the southwest states. Whatever we put here will germinate quickly. We have, in those days, I remember we have the otenkus, they call them the otenkus, palm wine tappers. What prevents us from having a palm wine bottling industry in Ondo? With all the parties, the social events that we have every weekend, we can have that. Let's concentrate on that first. And government is providing so many platforms to enable people to establish cottage industries. I specifically brought somebody from Washington State, and I think she will have ample time to discuss this with us. So many things are happening in Osun. Osun is an agrarian state, just like our own states. So let's concentrate on what we have, what we can produce here. We have coconuts. Can we have coconut revolution? People are talking about bitumen. Bitumen, let me tell you, in the global market now, palm oil is costlier than bitumen. That is the latest. So we are trying to develop all this, develop your palm oil, develop your what other things? Coconuts, develop your cocoa. This place is the largest producer of cocoa in the whole of the southwest region. Sometimes ago, somebody had established a chocolate making industry in Idari. Why are we not having it here? If we have it here, we don't need to mention, we don't need to talk about effects. The effects is so much. It's open up unlimited opportunities for our children.
Honorable Commissioner, I know that you're from Ondo Kingdom.
Yeah.
But you have spoken eloquently about all the things, all the possibilities that can come from here. But I also know that you are the Commissioner for Commerce and Industry. So what is the Akeredolu administration doing to drive all of these which you are speaking about?
Thank you. A lot of windows have been opened, and one of these is where we are. There is no government that can help us establish industry, but we can lead you. We can take the lead in getting partners, in getting development partners across the globe. This is what we have been doing, and that's why you see a person like Dr. Akikwebi here. Let me pay homage to one of our sons, who is now late, Dr. Chief Okpe Bademasi. He was one of the engine rooms of those that led what led to the industrial hub. He played a very prominent role. This is leveraged upon what the government has put on ground. Government is doing so much. Look at the area of energy. Before the end of the year, we are going to have a very big summit that we have nicknamed Develop Ondo. Under this, the theme of this conference will be energy development in Ondo. Government is working assiduously to ensure that we have our own energy production company here, and we already had, and we are trying to do. That's why the governor appointed somebody as commissioner for energy, who is very serious about energy. Then globally now, emphasis is now on sustainable energy, and government is working very hard towards this. Above all, security is a major catalyst for any development. If you don't have security, there's nothing you can do. In Ondo Kingdom, our area is so vast. If you want to travel from here to Ondo, it take like 1.5 hours, and take 1.5 hours back. It's so vast. So we are looking at so many things to ensure that every place is peaceful and so on. And when we get it right, crime rate will reduce. Seriously, the youth will have so much on their hands to do. So for now, let's concentrate on what we have here. All the products, the agricultural products we have, let's encourage our people from the diaspora to come home, and those here partner with development agencies and bring things here so that this community will experience prosperity again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you. Well, incidentally, everyone here except the Executive Secretary has a relationship with the Ondo Kingdom. Engineer Adewumi studied here. Mama Fagbemi is from here. Great Cheri is from here. And Dr. Akinkweb is from here. So, well, I think Ondo really has it when it comes to industrialization. But Dr. Akinkweb, I'll come to you now. Before I then take the round on how all of this can actually have impact on Ondo Kingdom. You are the MD of HESMAC. You're the one running the show at the Industrial Park. Let's look at the location of the park itself, the possibilities that can come from there, the reasons for the choice of that location, and how, of course, that industrial hub can actually fast-track industrial development in Ondo State.
Thank you, sir. Let me say this. We have no choice than to industrialize this nation. It's a pity that Kevin has just left us. He would have briefed us about what China did 30, 40 years ago. Let me run us through this data. We have 325,000 youth in Ondo Kingdom. The highest paid job in this kingdom is civil servant. Less than 10,000. If Arakunri refused to pay salary of civil servant in 3 months, the entire Ondo Kingdom will know. We will suffer it. This is where I'm going. The earning power of our people in this kingdom is extremely low. I was discussing with someone here yesterday, and he said, why ShopRite is not in Ondo? I said, they won't come. Those guys that have done their feasibility study, how many of our people now are receiving salary every month? The way ShopRite was, they look at your aggregate. Okay, this person is receiving 30,000. Maybe at the end of the month, you will spend 2,000 out of your salary. So my point is this: we have no choice than to industrialize this nation. That's one. Now, we can continue talking about the challenges, power, government, this and that. Last 3 months I was in Dubai, and on my way coming back, inside Emirates flight, over 40% of those passengers inside that flight were foreigners, Chinese, Lebanese, Indians. So the question is, what are they coming to do here? Why are they trooping in? Now, let's face reality. If we are talking about power, let's take a cue from what is happening in our industrial park. We have 30 megawatts power plant, right? If power doesn't blink for 1 hour. Now, what we are saying in Ondo Kingdom is this: let's replicate, yes, or a macro industrial park, macro very big, to accommodate multinational and all that. But now we are coming local. Let's do micro industrial zone. Now you will have challenge with power when you are setting your industry at the back of your house. The transformer in your street is 250 kVA, and you are bringing a extruder that have capacity of 350 kVA. You will burn down their transformer. But when we cluster ourselves in one location, just as we are doing here today, we have 250 acres of land in Ondo Kingdom to start a key industrial park. Not just that, we have one of our partners here, Jacofi Energy, who is ready to provide 1 megawatt for a start within that park.
Dr. Kinkwebi, thank you. Before you proceed to talk about the vision towards a key investment hub, I'd like you to sell to this audience what our industrial hub is doing and why it should be replicated here. What are the prospects of our industrial hub? What's happening there? What's fantastic? What is different from what is happening all over the country? Then I'm sure when you begin to sell the idea of a hub here, then the people who are in this audience who have money, I know all the Ondo High Chiefs have money, all of them. In fact, the Ondo High Chiefs are enough to start the hub.
Thank you, sir.
So, but you must sell the idea of the industrial hub to us.
His Excellency, Deputy Governor, has mentioned a lot about what is happening in our industrial park. Our industrial park is sitting on 1,000 hectares of land. It's a city on its own. One arm of our industrial park is where you have Ondolinyi Hub. Now, you need to visit that site and know what is happening. Let's leave that aside. Now, one is coming up that is going to shake the entire Southwest. The largest LPG plant in Southwest. Am I saying Southwest? Let me use the word Nigeria. 2,000 metric ton LPG plant by Alice Charis. Now, the gas revolution that is happening in our industrial park is going to drag traffic to that place. Average industrialist is asking a question, and that question is power. Power and power. Now let's take a sample of what is happening in Lekki Free Trade Zone. Lekki Free Trade Zone today is selling power above 100 naira per kilowatt. Right. Within our industrial park, we are not competing against that. We are selling lower than that. So this is what I'm telling you. That others, either in Lagos or outside Lagos, we prefer to come to our industrial park. And that's exactly what is happening. SME, big player, medium player, they are trooping in. Now we agree that it's not everybody that has such capacity to take 20,000 square meters of land to set up factory. So we think of micro industrial park. We call it cluster arrangement. That's exactly what we did in Ore. We have cluster arrangement where you have people that do shoe wares, leather work. We cluster in one area. People that do iron fabrication, we cluster in one area. So everything that they need could be easily sourced within themselves. The same thing we are replicating here, even though at micro level.
Thank you very much. I think he deserves a round of applause for that, because he has actually set the tone. But Mr. Gwetshe, then why are we not having more small-scale industrialists taking advantage of that hub?
Yes, thank you very much. Immediately the industrial hub was created, if I will use it. Thank God he actually linked up with me. We went straight to that place to have a sight seeing of what exactly is happening there. Several acres of land there were earmarked for small-scale industrial sector, aside the major industries. And on several occasions, I've been on television, on radio, telling our people that there are great opportunity at your industrial park.
Are they accepting or are they buying into that?
No, so many people have started buying into it. What I want us to do today is this. I am calling on the Ondo indigenes that the proximity of Ore to Ondo is the greatest advantage we can ever have. We will not compare somebody that is in Okeagbe wanting to come to Ore to somebody who is in Ondo town going to Ore. It's easy for us to have an industry at Ore and still come to sleep even at Ondo. Thank God now that Ondo is having its own. So we have two opportunities. After now, kò sí nǹkan tó yẹ kí ọmọ Ondo kan sọ pé mi ò ríṣẹ́. Kò sí nǹkan tó yẹ kí ọmọ Ondo kan dìde kó sọ pé mi ò rọ́nà gbà. We are doing everything humanly possible to ensure that the Ondos have enough work to do, because when you don't have work, one is as useless as any other thing. Work is life. Even the Bible says, thou shalt eat the labor of your hand. And you what do we do? Allah by you in Ondo, and again Amawa. Ushega, Alega, opportunity has no government. Majority of us are not exploring government activities. One of the things I learned when I came from Kaduna after graduation to Ondo was that we discovered that the government house, the secretariat, Odabi go Lodumari, Odabi go Aiwo, Kuoma Ondo. How many of you Ondos will wake up in the morning? Come 1,000 Sako, Mbolo, Loni Mufendi the secretariat. On several occasions, I just that. And I make sure that I go to governor's office looking for, okay, what do they do here? What do they do here? I go to ministries. So that is one of the key things that is not making us to move into alongside with government. We see government offices, government secretariat as a place of taboo that we cannot people should start to do it. Link up with Akikwebi, link up with myself. I take you to anywhere to access government facilities and programs. Several programs we will be bringing to Ondo. Ondo again should be able to desist from one character. No, it's not always so. I did a grant with the Federal Ministry of Trade and Industries, and each person were given 12 million
200,000 free of charge. Sir, I brought equipment, I brought computer by myself to Ondo. The Ondos, welcome for you, temple me. Are you there, sir? One more time. Now, I want to say this. After that one, in a law, the Central Bank of Nigeria brought in NISA, Microfinance Bank. Coincidentally, in the whole of Nigeria, Ondo State is the only state that have 3 NISA offices. Every other one state, one NISA at the local, at the post office. Even Lagos had 2, but Ondo was privileged. They brought the first one to post office in Akure. Fortunately, the Southwest Zonal Manager, Omai Kareni, he stylishly lobbied one in Karen. One of the key officers of NISA in Abuja, Omo Ondoni, he lobbied one at Ondo post office. Many of our people cannot access post office New York.
Okay, I'll come to you.
I want to close this. I'm sorry with this. Presently, there is the NG care that is going on in Nigeria. Nigeria COVID-19 Action Economic Recovery Stimulus. Coincidentally, Ondo State has what they call Ondo Cares. Ondo Cares, the same acronym. You understand? And $20 million is available as of today. The Honorable Commissioner to testify to this. Coincidentally, she is, and under her, this money lies. So, we will link up with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry to make sure that we assess Ondo Care. Lala is a chunk of its own. I will talk later.
All right, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Commissioner, while that mini documentary was playing, Dr. Jubair said something about the Ondos, the Ondos of old, his father and so many other very prominent citizens, sons and daughters of this kingdom who established industries. So, and of course, you also alluded to that fact while you were making your first contribution. The question then is, what happened? What happened in the sense that it looks like from what Mr. Great Cheyakitsuri has said, the Ondo sons and daughters are no longer as passionate as their fathers and grandfathers were about industrialization. What happened? Of course, I ask you this question as an Ondo daughter. Then, as Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, the issues raised by Mr. Gweche Yakin today, why are we having such challenges? All the opportunities, nobody is harnessing them.
Thank you. Let me reiterate again that the Ondos have been a proud practitioner in commerce, even as far as the west coast of Nigeria. And that's why in our folklore, you hear something like Moli Moli Eseyoja. Those are, if I continue with that, now so we have a long history of successful commercial activities in this place. And when the Ondos, when they have so many of their songs, they say, these are reminiscences of what our forefathers have been doing. Now, we need a new orientation. So many things have gone wrong, not only from us, emanating from our society, but from the Nigerian society itself. So in doing this, in achieving this economic development for our kingdom, there must be a new orientation for our youth, especially this get-rich-quick syndrome and so many other syndromes that are antithetical to our development must be totally wiped out. And we must put up a concerted effort to give them a new orientation. I wanted to talk about the NCAS when next to come. Let me say that the NCAS derives its name from Nigerian Care. This is a tripartite project by the federal, the states, and the local governments. It's about the World Bank, the federal government, and the state governments. Let me appreciate our governor for playing his own part. The World Bank puts the money down, the federal government puts its own counterpart fund, and they were expecting the states to also pay their own counterpart fund before they can access this fund. Incidentally, let me appreciate the governor of the state for being proactive and for paying his own his state fund. Now, that money is with us. But just before I got to the ministry, all the arrangements for it, for the beneficiaries have been concluded. In the first 6 months now, between the next 2 weeks, disbursements to help people whose businesses were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a grant, it's not a loan. Each person can be given up to 1.something million or 2 million as the case may be. So, but all the arrangements for the beneficiaries have been completed before we go to office. So now, well, before we start another session, we ensure that we educate our people on how to access this thing online. The registration has to be done online before you can benefit from this fund. But let me thank the governor that he has provided money for the counterpart fund, and the state has accessed the first tranche of the money. And it's a continuous thing that will take about 2 years. So after this, we'll come back home and tell our people how to log in, how to take part in this, register online for this NCAR program. So our people were well before we leave. I know we are not ready to leave now. There is a song that I learned from my mother. They will say, I wrote it here so that I won't forget. Ekimogun oni la meji, akaina o. Ekimogun oni la meji, akaje jeun. If you want to come into Maraje jeun, we must have a roadmap to have cottage industries, to have industries located in this our community, so that the future of our children will be guaranteed.
Thank you very much. Engineer Adewumi, you are in industrialization, you are a manufacturer. Now, whether we like it or not, people like you will soon exit the stage. People in your age bracket. Age is no longer on your side. So of course, we expect that a new set of industrialists should be emerging. Maybe you want to share your experience about starting an industry, the challenges, the potentials, and of course, the beautiful side of what has happened to you as an industrialist.
That's a very good question. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I said earlier that I must congratulate the present government because they have put in place all the key elements that are necessary for sustainable development. The three of them, very simple. Social infrastructure, peace and security. The fear of Amateku today is the beginning of industrialization. Take it or leave it. The fear of Amateku today is the beginning of industrialization. Oyibos are happy to come here because they know that the governor is not taking things easy. As the commander-in-chief of Amoteku, you see that a lot of things are coming into place there. And also, look at the reforms you have given to the public service sector. You go to ministry before, you find it difficult to do business. He has decided to make things very easy for them. You go to Ondipa, that is one shop. Ondipa, you go to one shop today. All the business you want to conclude in Ondo State, you will conclude within a day. What has been before? It goes around the ministry and other things, and nothing works. All these reforms, we must congratulate the administration. Also, let us talk about the physical infrastructure. Kabesi, I'm sure most of you travel by here now. Am I correct? We have 6 flights to Akure every day. Has it ever happened before? Your Excellency, we must thank you. These are the things that can bring development to this one. If you are bringing anybody from China or other things, it will come by here to Akure there, which had never happened before. If a governor is putting all these things in place and we are not making use of it, it's not good. My experience, which is asking of, is very, very simple. And that is, I worked in Oyo State for 30 years. I rose through ranks. I got to the level of managing director, chief executive of Nigeria Wire and Cable. That time, it is the best cable in Nigeria. What can I do to my state? I said, let me bring something that I know to my state. I came to Akure to come and put up Denki because all my background had been from Japan. I studied in Japan. I learned the cable technology from Japan. So how many of us can have this courage that I want to go? There are so many people in diaspora that can come with this boldness, with this temerity, and say, yes, I must do something for my state. I now came to Akure. It shall be through thick and thin. Even some government will come, they will not even come out. They don't know what we are even doing there. But some of the policy we are getting from this administration is affecting us gradually, and we are benefiting. Now, when you do that one, again, I'm not from Ondo Kingdom's KBC, but I am going to invest in Ore. Because the advantages there, they are numerous. And from Makoko, even though within our world they are putting something like that there, but I know why my product
for industrialization.
And the answer is capital yes. We have all it takes. Location, people, resources. Now let me say something about that resources. We're talking about diaspora here. I don't know, I may be wrong, but average family in Ondo, right? We have somebody in diaspora. Average family in Ondo. So this is what we are saying. Government has done its part. I believe so. With the available resources at their disposal. Now the question is, what are we doing? How much is government allocation monthly? So how are we going to share that money that we get to me and we get to you if we are not innovative about it? So we are setting up a key industrial park. Maybe government involved will be, sir, please give us road. Or please let 33 kVA light pass through this place. But government will not come and set up factory for us. Government is not into business. They are into policy making. They are into regulation. So we are calling on average Ondo indigenous wherever you are. The time to invest in Ondo Kingdom is now. No better time than now. Don't forget that you are coming back home. If we're talking about security, there's this Yoruba dig that says, we are complaining about security. What about our people that are roaming about the city that didn't have anything to do? One cottage industry of 50 million naira will employ nothing less than 100 people. One cottage industry. So here is the analogy. You invest your money, you develop your community, you employ your people, and at the same time you make good money. So what is stopping us from doing it? Now I was discussing with Kevin before he left here. Now guys in China and in India, this is what they do. They pull themselves together. That's what they call crowdfunding. That's exactly what we are doing here today. We have a King Fest here, which is the holding company that will be pulling these funds together. Indians, Chinese, they pull funds together and they pick 5 or 6 of them. They give him that money. You go to Africa. You go to South Africa, you go to India. And these guys are doing well. So the question is, why are we not doing it? But the challenge is, we have a solution. And that's exactly what we are doing here today. So I call on you, daughters and sons of Ondo Kingdom. The best time to invest in Ondo Kingdom is now. Thank you.
Well, in 1 minute, I'll allow the panelists to say something. Just 1 minute. Mr. Grechoyakin, today, we are itching to say
Thank
something.
you very much. I align with all we have been saying since, but I want to emphasize also that $20 million in Ondo State, industry in Ondo State here. So, two, I want to quickly, how do we take this benefit or that we are talking about? We have communities. Let the Agbagbamefa in Ondo talk to the people within their community. Let the town chairman landlord association take advantage of this, call their boys and talk to them. What are the politicians doing? Oshaprapra is here. How many of his boys or her girls, his girls or women, I'll take you to where you can benefit. Ondo must take advantage of this. Thank you.
Honorable Commissioner, your closing words.
Thank you. Kábíyèsí mo kí wọn o, ẹ pẹ́ fún ọ àti àwọn. Ondo must be ready for the establishment of cottage industries so that there will be limitless opportunities for our youth for jobs. Ondo must be ready to give a roadmap that will lead to this. It's not about celebrating Ondo Ekimobi Day every year. It's about conceptualizing what you intend to do and achieve for this great kingdom. And just like the UNO said, community development is a process. It's a process where the conditions of the social and economic progress of a people will be determined by them through their own initiative. So we must have initiatives that will be able to actualize all these things that we are saying. As for NCare, Sheyi, what is there is that what bank, they don't just do their things anyhow. There's a process. In fact, it's a result-oriented program. If you don't get it right with them, they will cancel it. So we must follow their guidelines. So when these monies were to begin, they begin their guidelines that this thing, you must register online, you must meet certain conditions. As I'm talking to you now, I have people from Ondo Kingdom here that I'm trying to look at how we are going to put their names, but it's not possible because
around visiting the companies in the zone where I cover, and I realized one thing, that even though investors come from outside, home is always home. So whatever we need to do to internationalize our country starts with us. We are the locals here, we know the terrain well, we are the ones in the farm before it gets into any factory for processing. We are the ones that know the farming seasons and how to, the best practices to get the best output. So there is this concept of disruptive innovation for inclusive growth. Now, what it simply means is, what we know as the processes must change. And by change, it must improve. And then the second part of it, inclusive growth, is that whatever change that we embark on must be inclusive for everybody. It must be beneficial to the government, it must be beneficial to the manufacturer, it must be beneficial to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure KBAC will ensure that. And of course, finally, Engineer Adewumi.
Thank you very much. I just want to liken Ondo State to America. Today, what makes American economy tick, it is because of its agricultural base. There's no raw material you want to talk about, they don't go outside to go and bring in something. Ondo people, you will not go outside to go and bring raw material if you face agricultural something. Also, some of you don't know that all other states in the country, they feel jealous of Ondo State. You know that song of Orlando War? He said, everybody feel jealous of my wife, everybody feel jealous of my something. That is what is happening. Because the only state that has big openings is Ondo State. And it's going to be realistic if we indigenous decide to make use of these possibilities that are on ground. If we don't do that, people will ridicule us. If you allow, sorry to say, people will say I am talking something. If you allow the Ogu people to come to Oredia and take over the place, you will be amazed. And if you allow our people from the eastern side to come there, they will take over the place. There's nothing we can do. We want them to come and take, because they are heavy investors. And we want to partner with them. These are things that we must take note of it. Let us make hay while the sun is shining. And I must congratulate your son that is putting his head into all this big problem. And may God reward you accordingly. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, Member House of Representatives, KBC, Your Royal Majesty, of course, members of the State Executive Council, it's been a very great time talking to the panelists. Dr. Femi Akinkwebe, thank you. Mr. Gweche Akintoday, thank you. Honorable Olafagbe, thank you. Executive Secretary of MAN, thank you. And of course, Engineer Adewumi, thank you. Let's put our hands together for these very distinguished men and women who have done justice to the first line of discussion today. Effects of industry in community development. I'm sure that KBC will ensure that all the things that have been said are actually done for the progress and development of Ondo Kingdom. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And now from the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Medical Science here in Ondo, UNIMED, Professor Fatisi in our midst. You're welcome. Please round of applause for Professor Fatisi from UNIMED, the Vice Chancellor. You're welcome. I'd also like to recognize the presence of the Ondo Ekimogu Youth Congress, OEYC, under the umbrella body of World Youth Forum in Ondo Kingdom. You're welcome. OEYC. And also I'd like to recognize the presence of, please permit me to recognize the presence of Dr. Tola Awoshika, the CEO 355 Group. Sir, you're welcome. Dr. Tola Awoshika, recognize the presence. You recognize the presence. Before we go to the next thing on the program, all work and no play make Jack a dull boy. On this note, we'd like to take a pause right now. Afepe Ashawa Ati Ishiwa Wole, while we recognize and bring the OB2 crew for a brief entertainment. Eban for láti wá àwọn OB2 wa ní ìṣẹ́jú márùn-ún ẹjọ́, ìṣẹ́jú márùn-ún ẹ ṣé. I'll check.
Ìbàdí mi mẹ́mà ní gbàgbé Ondo mo máa yé. Àbáyé òkú aláṣà ògbàyé gbọ̀mọ́lá òjìwájíwá ilẹ̀kẹ̀. Òjìwájíwá akọ́ òtọ́kọ̀ Èkìtì yé ṣọkà àkókò tún ṣọkọ wọn náà wọ̀. Ìbàdí mi mẹ́mà ní gbàgbé Ondo mo máa yé. Ìbàdí mi mẹ́mà ní gbàgbé mẹ́mà ṣọ́mà lé. Ondo mo máa yé. Ẹ kí mo bọ́ ọ̀dà wa ó ní ọ̀dà wa tó Ondo dédé ṣe. Ibi àti ríwá ẹ̀ aṣọ máa lé o. Táwa ṣe owó fún èmi mi Ondo dédé. Ibà bí mi mẹ́mà ní gbàgbé Ondo mo máa yé. Ibà bí mi mẹ́mà ní gbàgbé mẹ́mà aṣọ máa lé o. Àbá ìjọ náà lọ fẹ́. Ogun aláṣẹ ògbàyé gbọ̀mọ́là òjìwájíwá ilẹ̀kẹ̀ òjìwájíwá kọ́. Ibà bí mi mẹ́mà ní gbàgbé Ondo mo máa yé. Ibà bí mi mẹ́mà ní gbàgbé mẹ́mà sọ́mà lé o. Ondo òdòkó ẹ̀kíbòkú dédé àlànà. Ondo òdòkó ẹ̀kíbòkú dédé àlàní o. Ondo òdòkó balógun aṣọ ọ̀tẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́wù ọmọ rẹ̀wù balógun jọmọ yan lúdà òṣòwò bàbá múdà balógun sàṣẹ olóògùn odùrú òpótò bàtà balógun àwa àti túlòkè dìbò balógun ọ̀dọ̀fin ògbó apẹ́lẹ̀ ni mo ṣe mẹ́lẹ́ tẹ̀nà ìjọba ọmọ wọ̀pá tẹ̀nà His Excellency, Arakunrin Akeredolu, represented by Deputy Ayedatiwa. Tena, wọ́n máa wọ yí o. Ọ̀nà mi bàbá lọ́wọ́ kìdí o. Ọ̀tá ìbáyọ̀mí. Wọ́n ṣe ọjọ́ o. Wọ́n kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun. Wọ́n ti ṣe ọjọ́ dédé o. Ìlànà lọ́gbọ̀dọ̀ mi wọ́n ṣe o.
Thank you.
Wọ́n máa wọ yí. Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ parí pé ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ níbẹ̀ yìí.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wọ́n ṣe ọjọ́ ò ṣẹ́jẹ́. Àbí ọlọ́mọ kìíní ṣẹ́jẹ́. Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ parí pé ṣe.
Thank you. Distinguished
ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ níbẹ̀ yìí o. Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ níbẹ̀ yìí.
Thank you.
Àbáyé náà wọ̀ fẹ́. Mákindé o. Mo ṣàprápra.
Ẹ ṣé o.
Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ níbẹ̀ yìí o.
Àmà ṣé o. Thank you.
Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ níbẹ̀ yìí o.
Thank you. All right. His Excellency will crave your indulgence. Our honorable child, Honorable Abiola Makinde, thank you very much for being here this afternoon. To all our commissioners, to our own Kabiyesi, we say thank you very much for being a part here today. Abaye Osho, and to the Ekimobin Council, Adukono Babalowo and Shegoni, to everybody sitting in the program, which is a speaker coming up to talk about politics and community development. I know he's coming to do justice to this. He's no one else but a man, a son of the soul we're so much proud of. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Honorable Abiola Makinde as he comes forward to give us the keynote address. Sir, you're welcome. On politics and community development. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ondo State, Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, ably represented by our own His Excellency, Honorable Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, the Deputy Governor. Thank you very much. Permit me also to appreciate our Royal Father, His Imperial Majesty,
The political atmosphere in Ondo State is always positively appraised, with Ondo sons and daughters who have represented us well and striving hard for the development of Ondo State in their different offices. We cannot have a developed community without a well-structured political administration. In this vein, speaking on the topic, politics and community development is the current MHR of Ondo East and West Federal Constituency, the person of Makinde.
So let me go ahead with the protocol. His Imperial Majesty, our father, Oba Dr. Victor Adesimbo Kiladijo Jilo III, by you, and all our royal fathers that are present in Warefa. I personally appreciate you as our fathers. Let me also appreciate organizers of this program, the summit, Dr. Femi Akikwebi and engineer Babajide Akeredolu, the whole constituency for Ondo East and West. We appreciate you as well. Executive members of the cabinet that are present, Honorable Commissioner Dickness Lola Fagbemi,
Honorable Wale Akilosotu, and other government officials that are present, ODC chairman, all Ondo sons and daughters that are present, all heads of other agencies that are present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I was given this mandate to give a speech at this summit titled "The Importance of Politics in Community Development." The reality of the 21st century is one which leaves each and every one of us the task of forming a progressive synergy that will strategically put forth the holistic development of our communities. It is one that also leaves us with one basic truth and obligation, and that is to ensure that we use every factor and means at our disposal to gainfully maximize our democratic gains and dividends. The wake of our independence and democratic realities brought to us the benefit of having power for ourselves, the luxury of determining who wills and wields our political structures. However, these years have seen us benefit less, with nothing much to show for our democratic experience and gains. For far too long, we have had to live with the reality or an orientation that defines politics as a means or process to acquire power, ruling out its ultimate objectives, which are geared towards communal growth and development. However, we live in a reality which has ushered in a dispensation of highly conscious progressives and citizens who have become more conscious of our political structures, as well as how these structures lead to a good governance system. And this development has pushed the place of polity to the forefront of our community's development. Politics is normatively defined among individuals, such as the distribution of resources or status. However, politics, as earlier mentioned, has grown over the past few months and few years to transcend this, as its importance holds a significance to community building, which is the bane of nation building. When members of the electorate elect credible individuals to hold elective positions, they elect individuals who can man our political structure to make quality decisions, which is what politics is all about. We will inevitably record positive results if we elect the right people in the right position. Community development is a process where community members come together to take collective action and generate solutions to common problems, just like we have today. Hence, we cannot overlook the importance of politics in community development, which is the bane of my speech today. Before I proceed, I'll find it quite imperative to reiterate the significance of politics in a contemporary world. It is the art of societal decision-making and the distribution of power in a society, permeating throughout all aspects of life. No one
is exempt from political process. Permit me to identify 5 critical roles of politics in community development. 1, politics in community development brings to us a sense of belonging. It's called identity. Secondly, a tool for communal development. 3, it gives us, the people, a voice and a platform. 4, preservation of our democratic institutions. And the last one, it prevents marginalization. So number 1, a sense of belonging as the identity. Politics affect every part of a person's life. So people are likely to care more about some political issues than others. By giving people a platform to participate in political activities of their communities, this creates a stronger sense of civic responsibilities and engagement, which in turn helps groups that are not always heard to be heard. This sense of identity also helps people form groups where they can share their thoughts and ideas about what government should do to better serve their citizens. And this gives back to what I usually do every year, and that is the town hall meetings. I use this opportunity to talk to my people and to get a feedback from them. Secondly, it's a tool for communal development. There is this usual saying that politics is grassroots. A politician, because I know we have many of us here who are aspiring to be in one position or the other, at the risk of being stripped off the mandate given to him. Thus, this is a city that has been in existence for over 3 years, and the child at the age of 15 will definitely do what? Start smoking and drinking. So we decided that it's best that we provide an ultra-modern public library that will take care of at least about 800 of our children. So when they leave school at 2 p.m., they can as well go to the library and wait for their dad at 6 p.m. So between 2 and 4, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that child one day will become a professor. Rather than spending that 4 hours at home, and by 9 p.m., the child has not done anything for that day. And this place also will be equipped with the best textbooks. So perhaps we have some of our children that does not have the ability, the wherewithal to buy textbooks. A smart child can become a hooligan if we don't have the best provisions for them. Number 3, it gives people a voice and a platform. Community politics gives people a direct platform to express their societal concerns and priorities. While some citizens may be content with the political order of a society, some may feel marginalized and disadvantaged in a society and may begin to protest for greater and radical change. This ability to be able to freely voice opinions is a crucial aspect of politics and highlights the power of politics in mobilizing people to create meaningful change. Number 4, preservation of our democratic institutions. If democracy and politics have anything in common, it is the people. And if I must be precise, not just the people, the common people. people who actively involve in the political activities of their communities. A session was going on, and he said, look, how come we have industries? They came to Ondo, and now they left. So what happened? So if we are politicians, please let us make this Ondo a good and enabling environment for all businesses to strive, regardless of where they come from. Maybe Igbo, maybe Hausa, maybe whatever. Let us give them room for them to make this our kingdom better. We shouldn't say, oh, because they don't speak Ondo, therefore we must not give them land. No, let us move from that level to a higher level. Many communities have been neglected and overlooked in the course of this wealth distribution. However, we have a politically conscious community, and it goes a long way in sending huge political statement to political office holders. I'll give you an example. Is the Adeyemi becoming a university? It prevents marginalization. That's the point at this time. An example is Adeyemi becoming a university. It was the political consciousness of our communities, community leaders, the political consciousness of our royal father, the Iwarefas, and many sons and daughters of Ondo that said, look, we must make Adeyemi a university. It was a politically conscious community. And we thank our royal fathers, our father, and all the Iwarefas for their effort in making this possible for people like us to present that bill on the floor. And we thank God the bill has been assented to, and it will be implemented very soon. As I conclude, it is imperative for me to point out that government is closest to the grassroots, but the quality of the development we get lies in the level of our political participation. And this brings us to the need to actively participate in the political activities of our communities so that the right people can be elected regardless of our political differences. It is all about developing Ondo City. There's a lot to benefit from politics. Governors have so much to offer our communities across the various levels of government. However, we cannot get these largesse in a vacuum. There is a vital need for our people to rise to the occasion and to do the needful. The current political dispensation has seen a new and encouraging political consciousness from the people, and it sends a message to the political class, reminding them of their primary duty, which is to use the commonwealth of the people for the common good of all. I thank you all for the opportunity to serve and to give this speech. Thank you.
To our own Honorable Abiola Makinde, was accepting a better round of applause. Thank you very much. On that keynote address, we take the exit of His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, ably represented by Honorable Lucky Orimisan Ayetatiwa. Please, can we give him a standing ovation as we revere the presence of His Excellency. Thank you very much, sir, for coming around. We appreciate. We wish you Godspeed and journey mercy as you head back to the state capital. Thank you very much, sir. His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, taking his leave now. Thank you very much, sir. And now from there we go to goodwill messages as we bring up for his message Professor Olusegun Fatosi, the Vice Chancellor of UNIMED for his goodwill message. A round of applause for him. Professor Olusegun Fatusi, the Vice Chancellor. Thanks, sir. Thank you, sir.
The governor of the state, ably represented by the deputy governor, who has just taken his leave. Our royal father, Abaye, we greet and salute you, sir, and congratulate you on this occasion. The Sumerian Council, members of the political class, the organizers of this event, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring you greetings from the University of Medical Sciences. Proudly, Nigeria's first specialized University of Health and Medical Sciences. Just like the Ondo Kingdom blazed the trail in establishing Ondo Bosa School as the first community school in Nigeria, we are proud of our history and we are glad that we are located in this very ancient, very important, and very strategic city. I sit down and I have been listening. There's no doubt in my mind that this occasion is indeed a wonderful one. To think about hosting the development and an economic summit as a community is indeed a groundbreaking trajectory in the history of development. I wish to say that as we think about development, there's no doubt that, as many speakers have said today, we must lead the way in investing in our own community, and particularly harnessing the opportunities we have in the large number of Ondo children outside the country who are doing extremely well. I think that attracting them and working with them will be totally necessary to move forward strategically. I remember talking with the core organizers, and as I said to them, I said, look, when you think about development, it's about people. And I said to them, one of the places I think that can be very strategic in investing is investing in the university. Not necessarily because I'm a vice chancellor. In our university, we have over 2,000 students. If somebody starts producing a good that 2,000 people are buying every day, that business will grow. Because you have a university like this in this community, it means that people can invest in real estate. Because you can invest not just for students, but you can invest even for lecturers to begin to get into get business. And there are so many opportunities to partner with. So for us in the University of Medical Sciences, we want to congratulate the KBAC, we want to congratulate the leadership of the town and the organizer, and to say that in UNIMED you have a strong partner, and we always, our doors are wide open, and we always look forward to the opportunity to collaborate, to partner towards seeing Ondo City grow to a greater level. Congratulations again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. From the Vice Chancellor, University of Medical Science, Professor Adeshegun Fatusi. Everyone from Lateral, please, round of applause for him. And also, we'd like to take the goodwill message. Another one coming from the Executive Chairman of the Ondo State Internal Revenue Services, ODIRS, as invited on the microphone, Mr. Tolu Adebie, for his goodwill message. Thank you. Everyone from Lateral. Our own very proud son, a son of the soul we're proud of. Mr. Tolu Adebie, of the Executive Chairman, Ondo State Internal Revenue Services. Sir, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Mr. Governor, in absentia, ably represented by our dear Deputy Governor, who has just left. We just saw him off. KBAC, Ibayeo. I greet you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I will greet our member, House of Representatives, Honorable Abiola Makinde. We greet all ESCO members here present. I greet the Oshemawe in council, and then distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols observed. When I heard about this conference, from Femi Akikwebi, I was very excited. And I said, even though this is about community development, but there is a lot that we can learn also if we can come in here and explain the importance of taxation to community development and to nation building and to growth. So we decided to sponsor the event. That's why we have the Ondo State Internal Revenue Service as one of the sponsors of this event today. And I guess that's why they gave me the microphone so I can come and speak here. The truth is that without tax, there cannot be development. One thing comes before another. Mr. Femi Akikwebi, in his presentation at the earlier session, he said something. He said what government needs to do is to provide enabling environment for industries to strive. But government itself will not set up industries for us. It's individuals that will set up the industries. Honorable High Chief Lisa, he also mentioned the issue of power. But the fact of the matter is that it is also government, maybe at the federal level, at the state level, that we also do that. Now, where does government get all the money to fund these things that we want from government? Two major sources. One from exports, oil, solid minerals, etc. And that one we go with our collective monies. We go to Abuja and get. But at state level, it's only from taxes. So taxes is very, very important at the state level. And that's why I'm here today, to let us know what the government of Arakoni, Oduayolu Arotimi Akedolu, has been doing in terms of making tax payments convenient for the people of Ondo State. One of the first things that Mr. Governor did when he came in was to streamline the way we run business at Ondo State Internal Revenue Service. They passed the Ondo State Revenue Administration Law to make sure, and then that law has what we call codification in it. It makes sure that all rates and levies that you need to pay is embedded in that law. And that law was put online. So no one can come to you and tell you your tax is 1 million naira when the law says you should pay 20,000 naira. Everything is in the law. We brought it, we made it open. Mr. Governor also decided to build a new revenue house for Ondo State Revenue Service, which we did in Akure. So we made it easy to pay taxes. Today in Ondo State, you can get all your assessments online if you phone us. You can pay your taxes online without leaving your house. It's that easy. Now, Mr. Governor went further and said, how do we even do a form of direct intervention in the areas for some people that pay their taxes, especially land use charge? And because of that, we introduced what we called community impact projects. And I'm happy to tell you that we in Ondo Town, in Ondo Kingdom, on a yearly basis, the Ondo State Internal Revenue Service will do intervention in terms of grading of roads. There is no year in the last 3 years that we have not graded at least 3 or 4 roads. We graded Shora Road for the first time in a long time. If you know Shora, we graded that road. Valentino, we graded Adesupa. You may not know it's Ondo State Internal Revenue Service, but that's Ondo State Internal Revenue Service doing that direct intervention in Ondo State. When Mr. Governor was going to, when we were going to do recruitments for the Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Governor said, let's look at the big towns. Let's populate them. Akure, Owo, Ondo, and then we needed to have staff there. In Ondo, we only had one tax station in Yaba, and we needed to open a second one to make it convenient. Mr. Governor is always talking about conveniency of doing business, ease of doing business. So we opened another tax station in Ademulegu, and when we were going to do the recruitments, the fact of the matter is that it's not because I'm from Ondo Town. Ondo Town got the highest number of people that were recruited into the Ondo State Internal Revenue Service, 24 people. That's it. And Mr. Governor approved it. I didn't do it behind his back. It shows you the kind of person he is. of course, it is because we are having 2 tax stations in Ondo town. So these are some of the things that Mr. Governor have done to make the payment of tax very came in, has stopped. Now we go to courts. And once we go to court, people come to us. Everything is done in a formal manner. We discuss and we agree on what to pay, and it is done, like it's done in civilized countries. So, and then the final one that I can't help but talk about all the time, about Mr. Governor, is roads. We are talking about industrialization, agriculture. The truth is that if you don't have good roads to bring all your produce from the markets into the city where it will be sold, there will be issues. Most of our agricultural products are perishable items. I'm sure you all agree with me. So we need good roads. So when people say Mr. Governor is Mr. Roads and he has concentrated a lot of attention on putting roads infrastructure in place, there is a reason for it. It's to promote industrialization. It's to encourage movement of people. It's to encourage industry. And he has backed that up by going all over the country, all over the world, to bring industries to Ondo State. So on that note, I'd like to say, in Ondo State Revenue Service, if you have any issue at all with your tax, assessments, misbehavior of our officers, any issue at all, we have a contact center. You can get our phone numbers outside. Just call the contact center. That contact center is on my floor in head office. Whatever complaint you have, I will hear about it within 1 hour after your phone call, and I will do something about it. So on that note, I'll close with our final product, which Mr. Governor just introduced. And that product is Ondo State Home Ownership Charter. Get your CFO in 60 days. In Ondo State right now, you can get your CFO in 60 days. All you need to do is go to any of our tax stations, pick up the form for 6,000 naira, fill the form, submit all your documentation to the same place, and pay 150,000 naira for a property. One single property is 150,000 naira. You get a flyer. In fact, the flyers are outside. All the rates for different type of properties are there. And then you pay it. Once you pay it, in 60 days, they will call you. If they don't call you, call us. Our phone number is there. In 21 days, call us. What is the status of my application? In 30 days, call. What is that? We will tell you. It is tracked electronically. All these are what Mr. Governor has brought to Ondo State. Thank you very much, and I wish all of us a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And the message from ODRS is pay your tax to develop Ondo State. Thank you very much, Executive Chairman, Ondo State Revenue Services, Mr. Tolu Adegbuye. Thank you very much. God bless you. And ladies and gentlemen, without wasting our time right now, we'd like to go straight to the next keynote address. Please, I'd like his the video to be ready as we invite a man who has represented Ondo not once but twice as a member House of Representatives, a good father, a son of the soil. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Honorable Joseph Akilaja Inonjo Girosa for his keynote address on community involvement in its development. Inonjo Girosa, Honorable Joseph Irola Akilaja for his keynote address. But before that, we have take his exit. The Shemori of Ondo Kingdom. The host, His Royal Majesty, Oba Dr. Victor Adesimbo Kiladejo, Julie III, CFR. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
must contribute. The body without a soul is useless. The community, that is the sovereign people of a community, must contribute their quota to the development of their community in any ramification.
The hospitality industry here will soon start. Some people will cut tickets. Some will serve drinks. Some will serve food. Some will man the horses. Some will man donkey. Some will guide you to go to the mountain. So you can go on and on. There is immense benefit to individuals, to the community, if we come back home to invest. We come back home to invest.
Hello.
Everybody benefits from it. Even the security problem will be solved, because nobody likes to die now. Nobody likes to go to crime. It's because they have nothing doing. That's why they go to crime. So if you engage them, you will not even have time to think about crime.
Speaking on the topic, community involvement in development, is the CEO of Akiavi Hotel. Give it up for Honorable Joseph Akinlade.
Hello. I'm particularly pleased to be here today to talk to the subject of community development in Ondo Kingdom. As a kingdom man myself, I accepted the invitation from the convener of this very important event. From my experience, it is always difficult to be the last speaker in an event. It's either you are talking to half of the hall, or you are talking to people who are already tired and fatigued. But then, your responsibility at that stage is to make sure that you speak in a way that will keep the people alive on their seats. Therefore, I'm also consoled that even if a lot of dignitaries are left, but the government is still here. I'm having on seat here Engineer Babajide Akeredolu. So the government is here. I'm having the Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Mama Fagbemi, and I'm also having my own man, Abiola Makinde, the current MHR, on seat. So I'm talking to government because I know that community development must be effective in partnership with government. Government will provide the infrastructure, but the community will provide land, labor, and capital. And then there will be development in that community. So, having said that as preamble, I recognize in absentia His Excellency, Arakunrin Akeredolu, our governor, who has ensured security in Ondo State. Because if there is no security, nobody can go to church, nobody can go to mosque, nobody can sleep well with two eyes closed. I'm also happy that his government is in partnership on this program, development of Ondo. Kabiyesi has spoken about individual contribution in community development. Our House Chief Lisa has spoken on the challenges of power and security. Honorable Makinde has spoken on politics and community development. So I am going to concentrate my own intervention on community involvement in community development itself. Therefore, some concepts at the beginning have to be conceptualized. What is community? Community comes from commune. Commune means people talking together.
Community means a group of people interacting with common identity, and that is Ondo. Ondo people from 1510, we have risen to 21st century with common identity. Ondo's people are very industrious. Ondo people have integrity. Ondo people have education. Ondo people are hardworking. Because of this characteristic, some people misconstrue it that Ondo people are arrogant. Ondo people, because you know all the nuances of the husband house, so nobody can cheat in that place. So because Ondo people have these characteristics that I have enumerated, they say we are proud. We are not proud. That our boy, Dotun, explained who Ondo is, what Ondo stands for, and the whole world accepted it as that we are good people and industrial people. By the year 2021, Ondo Kingdom population was put at 445,000 inhabitants and geographical area of 4,060 square kilometers. The kingdom is inhabited by highly populated, educated people with integrity, hard-working, peasant farmers, philanthropists, well-cultured people, and those with interest in community development. To further develop Ondo Kingdom, there is the need for the establishment of small, medium, and big industries. This is doable, taking into consideration the characteristics of the inhabitants of the kingdom above. To establish relatively cheap in Ondo community of 3,000 naira a month. But at Abuja, you will have a room for 50,000 naira a month. In Lagos, you will have a room for 12,000 naira a month. So definitely by that integration or interpolation or extrapolation, labor will be cheaper in Ondo than in Lagos, than in Abuja. So if you want to establish your industry here, you will have cheap labor. Transportation is cheaper, relatively. Housing is cheaper, relatively. You have cheap labor. It's an advantage to you, entrepreneur. Land acquisition is easy and cheaper. If you want to buy a plot of land in Abuja, those of you who are there will know how much a plot of land. That plot of land will buy several acres of land available for you for your industry in Ondo Kingdom. So here you have an advantage of cheap labor. You have advantage of cheap land in Ondo Kingdom in comparison with other places. Talking about capital and entrepreneur, at this stage, I commend the organizers of this event for bringing together entrepreneurs with capital outlay in this magnificent edifice of human creation, which is this civic center. It's also a community development project, this civic center. So Ondo people are very, very conscious for community development. Now, the civic center, the sole purpose of this being here is to explore possibility of developing this community by establishing industry. The achievement of this purpose will resolve non-developmental issues like joblessness, like hunger, like crime, like cultism, like thuggery, like youth restiveness, and even beggarliness. If we have industry here, there will be less people. You know, in Yoruba land, we were not caught for begging people. We are not beggarly people. But these days, because of joblessness, you see people put two hands up for you and say, and salute you several times, call your father a king, and you will be king, and you will be king, and begin to eulogize you in order to attract small stipend for food. So joblessness will be eliminated if we can get small, medium, and big enterprises in Ondo Kingdom, and it is doable. The Ondo Kingdom developed was scarce until recently. Kudos must be given to the Oshomaway Council for establishing the ODCs that have achieved so many developmental projects in Ondo Kingdom. Finally, I want to tell you that government, like Honorable Makinde said, politics have impacted positively on community development in Ondo Kingdom. We have, after the military have removed their stranglehold on politics in Nigeria, we have had the opportunity of having senators like and the member House of Representatives and members House of Assembly that have made so many projects in this kingdom to develop the community. We have also had people like Baba Oduwo, a philanthropist of a class that have done so many developmental things in the Ondo Kingdom. I also want to commend and I encourage our young entrepreneurs and capital well-off in diaspora and in this thing. I know that I beg people like Tola Awoshika to come to this place. I'm sure he came. I beg people like Bali, the financial guru, to come to this place and he came. So all of us should do follow up with them. And my Honorable Makinde, all of us must put our hand together to establish industry in Ondo and this thing. I want to also encourage you, I'll share experience of the challenge that I had when I was planning to establish an hotel, Akiafi Hotel in Ondo. Those who did the feasibility study, they said I should not establish a hotel in Ondo, that Ondo does not have factories. They do not have company. So it's only social service on weekend. People that want to wedding engagement, burial engagement, and it's only rich people who die that we family will come and hire hotel. You cannot pray that the rich people should die. The rich people can't die because they will go to America for medical improvement on their health. But I want to tell you today that Akiafi Hotel is a success story in Ondo because I still break even in spite of these challenges that people raise. I'm saying this to encourage entrepreneurs to come and invest in Ondo. They will still make profit, irrespective of the situation that they find themselves. Don't forget about people who will discourage you, who will say this. If you see a typical man from the East, the Igbo people, I like their culture. When a situation is difficult, they will go there. They will go and start. They will go to a bush and cultivate the place. After 4, 5, 6 years, more people will be coming in. When they have made a success story of that place, and you say they have dominated commerce, they have dominated trade, they have dominated buy and sell. When they started, it was not good. It was difficult. So I want to encourage entrepreneurs here and those who are not here. I also want to urge our people in diaspora that the era of land grabbing in Ondo have gone and gone forever. They should come back and come and establish in Ondo. The land is there and available for you for development. Our people in diaspora come and establish in Ondo. Our people in Kano, Port Harcourt, everywhere come and establish in Ondo. Don't go and put your money elsewhere. Ondo is good. So as Oni Ade said, you know, la Bosimioko. Ilé làbọ̀ sí mi oko, bewúrẹ́ bá jẹ lọ, á padà wálé o. Bákùntàn bá jẹ lọ́kọ́, á padà lálé o. London ta bá wọn lọ, á ó padà wálé o. He came back and established in Ondo. I urge all of you to come and establish it. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. Honorable Joseph Inola Akilaja. Thank you very much for that keynote address. Without wasting our time right now, I'd like to call the moderator back. Our Boss Akiwumi, as I also like to invite Princess Fadejogun Adeayola, the CEO of Ondo Ekicha Show Worldwide, the CEO of OECS and Global Yoruba Online, as they coordinate this part of the panel. We'd like to welcome them, and you're welcome. I've worked with her several times, and this is my first time of seeing her face to face. So stunned this afternoon. You're welcome. All right.
Culture is said to be the road
please.
that we survive.
Sir.
Because with the plantation of crops, fruits, in a nutshell, famine, there is no way we can all survive in our community without agriculture. Also, the method of planting and harvesting now is different and much creative than the early 80s.
Always remember, if you practice agriculture, you will be poor. Practice agribusiness, you're on the road to wealth. So, what is agriculture? Agriculture is that thing our grandfather did. And as a student, you should ask yourself, how rich was your grandpa? How rich are the pure normal farmers that you know? If they are not wealthy, how can a poor system make you rich?
Therefore, we need to look critically into the topic, agricultural revolution. Discussing on this topic are Dr. S.J. Oyebade, Chief Ayo Akibule, Dr. Nelson Osubimiro, Mr. Ayola Bambi Farms, Engineer Dele Olanubi.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here. Please permit me to speak in Ondo briefly. Aleo Baye, Mokiwao. Now this session, I'm so honored to be here. I am from the UK, but what God is doing in Ondo is exciting. So I'm so grateful to be able to be the moderator of this particular session. I would like to welcome all my panelists. Thank you. Okay. I would like to invite Mrs. Oluwaseun Oyewusi, initiator, One Community, One Industry. Please, can you come forward for a short speech? Thank you. Please help us to give her a good clap. Please, let's do that. Let's encourage our people. Thank you. You are welcome. Hello, ma. Just want you to have a speech, just to give us a speech. Thank you. We like you. Like it, you're just talking about what you do. Yes, I can. Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
My mother, Dickness Lola Fagbemi, Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, and Cooperative Services. Honorable MHR, that's Honorable Abiola Makinde, and to all the audience, thanks for inviting us here. My name stands as Mrs. Victoria Oluwaseun Oyewusi, the initiator of One Community, One Industry. Please, you permit me to talk in the language we best understand. I am an Idesha woman. I am from Ilesha. My husband, thanks for always supporting me. Thank you. I just want to go into all this, and I want all of us to please concentrate on what I'm holding here. Ẹjọ́ ta ló lè sọ fún mi nǹkan tí mo mú lọ́wọ́? Kí ni mo mú lọ́wọ́? Ṣọ́ṣọ́ ẹ̀yìn. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni? Ta ló lè sọ fún mi nǹkan tí mo mú lọ́wọ́ yìí? Igi ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀. Can you see it? I hope we are all seeing this. Ta ló lè sọ fún mi kí ló wà níbí? Pádì kòkó. Ṣé gbogbo wa la ti rí i? Ta ló lè sọ fún mi kí ni mo mú lọ́wọ́ yìí? Epo àgbo, ṣé gbogbo wa la ti rí i? Kí leléyìí? Èṣùkù àgbàdo. Now, kí ló dúró fún ní àwùjọ wa? Ní ìlú Ondo, ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo, àwọn nǹkan tí mo fi hàn yín kí lẹ fi ń ṣe? Ẹ ń dànù. Okay. Mi ò gbọ́ èdè dáadáa, ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ fún yín ni wípé they are all considered waste in our environment. Even in Ondo State, whereby we have cocoa, the only concentration we have is cocoa seed. The moment we extract cocoa seed from the pod, we dump the cocoa seed, the cocoa pod, because we believe we pay waste in it. I am so very happy when I heard from Honorable Abiola that he had a place when he was the chairman of a local government whereby they dump all these refuse. If you go to Ojoba, that we all know in Ondo town today, you probably might see Igi Ogede. Níbi tó gbé sí, tó ti ń di nǹkan tí ò yẹ kó dà ní agbègbè wa. One community, one industry initiative, I've done a lot of research and I found out that a lot of things we can now divert to, and which is we should not concentrate more on conversion of agricultural waste to wealth. This we are seeing here is being produced and made from all the trash I have shown you. And I'm telling you a lot of things you can derive from all this trash. Now let me show you another thing. We used to know Adiagbon. I don't know what we call it in Ondo. Please permit me to call it the way we call it. Adiagbon. Look into Ondo State again. You probably will not find anybody producing Adiagbon again. Why? Because my generation, your generation does not know about Adiagbon anymore. And why? Because we are not ready. Our fathers and mothers were not ready to transfer that knowledge into us. And between you and I, we also as youth also are not ready to really learn from them. That is why we have no opportunity to create any investment for ourselves. But by the time our youth are being trained on all this, we will then know on how to produce Adiagbo. This is different from Adiekuro, but we know Adiekuro and we call it Adiagbo. And it's just a simple arithmetic. By the time you see the Adiekuro that are being extracted these days, it looks exactly like this. The only thing they do to adulterate it is just to add coconut flavor to palm kernel oil, and that is giving you this color. And you believe you have seen Adiagbo. No! This is pure Adiagbo. There is a way you will know it. You will be trained on how to do it. If you really want to know more about all this I'm saying, please check on our Facebook page. One community, one industry initiative, a lot of things you will see there. Let me also talk about Igi Yere Teni ni Ondo State. I just told you I'm from Osun State. You have Igi Yere. There was a time, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, I was opportune to meet with Mr. Governor. And right there, I was introduced to him. The people that brought me to Ondo State took me to area Ikoja Owo, Akoko site. And I realized you have Igi Kotonpe ni Igi Igba. Igi Igba, you know you have area to that awon maalu manda ni Ondo State dada. So gbogbo ibi tí maalu bá ti dàdé, no man yàgbẹ́ sí. Tó bá ti yàgbẹ́ síbẹ̀, wọ́n á ya igi ìgbá síbẹ̀. Igi ìgbá dìde, ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí ìgbà yìí bá parí tó, a máa ń mu èso ẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n a máa ń da èso kó wà nínú igi ìgbá tá a ń mu, a máa ń dà á nù. and that is Iyere. What do we do with Iyere? We do a lot of things with Iyere to produce Iru. And the Iru we are talking about these days is more than just Iru Woro, Iru Pete. This has gone so globally to the point that we are now exporting Iru Oju, Iru Amobedu in about 30 ways to make Iru. I think I have a whole lot to say to you. I would prefer maybe when next I'm invited, I'll be able to say so very much. Thank you so very much.
Please let's put our hands together for Mrs. Oyewusi. One community, one industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to anchor the second session of today's event is Mrs. Ade Ayola. Let's put our hands together for her as she steps to her seat to anchor this session.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Good day, my panelists. It's nice to see you all. I would like to appreciate Honorable Abiola Makinde and Honorable Fagbemi. Thank you very much, everyone in the house. It's nice to see you all. You're welcome to this session. Once again, my name is Fadi Jugun Ade Ayola. I know this is the agriculture section. We have a lot to say about agriculture because I can see that a lot of people are so passionate about it in Ondo town, most especially. And I will be having questions from the guys abroad because that's where most of my questions will be coming from, where I will be asking you. My first question at this moment, definitely, we be going to. Please give me 1 minute. Our father, Akin Gule, I'll be asking you the first question, sir. And he says over here that one of the central goals of every developing country is to reach high income status. Agriculture plays a critical role in transforming economies to reach the goal, if you agree with me. Is that right, sir? Good. Now, how do we make Ondo City largely an agric-driven economy, considering the vast arable land and the rainforest vegetation?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Agriculture is a very wide subject. And when you talk of how we can use it to improve the welfare and development of Ondo Kingdom,
yes,
you have series of sections in agriculture. In the arable section, we talk of crop production, and in the livestock section, we have poultry that comprises a lot. Piggery, cattle rearing, rabbit rearing, fowl rearing that are also in many stages. We have the layers, we have the cockerels, we have the broilers, and so on. But the problem of the 21st century is that we need to train and retrain our people to adapt themselves to how we can improve production. We have been in agri in this area for centuries, but the wise saying said that technology can never replace good teachers. But technologies in the hands of good teachers will lead to transformation. What we need presently is how we can train our youth to be able to be useful for the transformation we require in agriculture. Presently, we are number 17 in livestock production. That is poultry and the poultry group of livestock. But in 1982, Ondo State was the leading producer of livestock products in Nigeria. Because of that, U.S. American Grain Fair, a world trade fair, was brought to Ondo. It was hosted in Akure between August 9 and 31st of August. But because of the problem we have, transportation, finance, management, it now reduced us to 17 in Nigeria, 17 position in Nigeria. At that time, we supply everywhere up to Kano, Port Harcourt, eggs from Ondo here. Lipa Ala Farm was employing almost 3,000 people. But the major problem that confronted all of us at that time was the cost of transportation. You see, flour mill that supply all the livestock to all poultries in Nigeria, they deliver free of charge to 70-kilometer radius. So if you are bringing a trailer of wheat over to Shagamu, you won't pay a penny. But when you are bringing it down to Ondo here, you pay about 110,000. Now it's about 450,000. And we are in the same environment. What we require now that will help us to really go into real agriculture, but the same thing happened to Arabu and other things. The retraining of our people. Then we give them reorientation to let them know that this is the best area. Once you can create your market, you won't have any problem. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. I will be going to our father, Dele Olanobi. Chief Akigule just mentioned something about transportation. What can be the solution to that in our agriculture?
Transportation.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Dele Olanobi. I'm the CEO of Green Agricultural Development Company, Nigeria Limited. First of all, I want to tell all our youth here that agriculture is the bedrock of investment. Agriculture is also where you can get your capital for investment. Agriculture is also a fixed asset on your investment. This is something you can turn in yearly and you can look forward to your harvest. So, as earlier said, from civil service work and move into agriculture en masse through this particular program that we are here for today. As a question of in agriculture, produce from agric farm to market your products, supply of agricultural commodities are very essential to the development of industry. Therefore, the industrial companies are constantly looking for reliable.
Because it's easy for anybody to go into agriculture with little or no formal training. Our forefathers in those days, they started farming without having any knowledge in farming. Nigeria, even Ondo is one of the blessed towns in this whole country, even in the world, Nigeria. Good. And when they left, about 5 days later, where they poured the water they used to watch tomatoes and by that, when I got to that place, I saw for a period of almost 3-4 months, we were not buying tomatoes and pepper in my house, including okra. That is just at that level. How about trying to do that to commercial level? Right in Ondo here, I have a tomato plantation. And what does it involve? And we have a lot of that do very well. Gone are those days when we restrict tomato and pepper plantation to them in the north. We can drop this. To resuscitate that farm is bringing back day chicks production, point of lay, and a lot of things. So coming to the tomato area, number one thing is land.
It's land.
And in agriculture, before I give you the microphone, there's no law, enabling law for sectors. I was the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, first time in Agagu. I sponsored Produce and Allied Matters Law that prohibits a level of things. So when you bring any production in focus, go and look around it. What do? Are we going to be using GMO, which the world is rejecting? Are we going to be doing it in bags? So to stimulate youth, there must be a particular technique that will attract them. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a question, as all farmers here. This is about the government. I know that when you want to start your farm, it's either you want to do it on a cash crop, or you just want to do it on the grains, food crops. When you have your land, the gestation for the food crops is about 18 months. And if you are doing the cash crops, like having cocoa, having the palm oil, your gestation will be about 3 years to 5 years. How do you support yourself within those periods? Do you have a lot of help from the government? And I'll give this question to our engineer, Dele Olalubi. But this is just for two minutes. I'll go around everyone for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We should look into ourselves rather than looking into government. Whether you are planting tree crops or cash crops, there are means within your land that you can create harvest products. If you are doing palm oil, for example, your gestation period about 4 years, you can plant cassava, you can plant okra, you can plant in between your plantation. These are products that will give you cash crop. Yes, there's need for investment time in agriculture, but it pays on and on and on for years.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can you give it back to our father, Oyebade? So please.
I'm not hearing you properly.
Within the gestation period, sir, of cash crop, which is cocoa, palm oil, we know that it takes about 3 to 5 years for everything to mature. What do you do in between that period? And does the government give you full support at that time?
Thank you.
Just 2 minutes, sir.
Gestation period is already very close with hybrids. The cocoa you mentioned has the best seed garden in Ondo State with 2 years maturation. Unlike 7 years Babama Alodu of those days. The same thing goes to oil palm. So when we're talking about gestation period, what are the qualities of the hybrids that are in the market? You talk about Malaysia. They took something from here. They developed their breeds. So gestation period, right. Look for the best available hybrid first. Then you know that rather than waiting for 7 years, I can start to harvest cocoa. I have 5 hectares in Adekunle Ajashin where I just left. The one that the VC, former VC planted, started fruiting 19th month. So gestation period depends on hybrid, soil quality of those days, and the maintenance culture, good agricultural practices.
Thank you, sir. Okay, please, can you give it to our Akibule, please? Thank you. It's the same question.
Agric,
just for 2 minutes.
Yeah, agric is a very costly venture. If we are to be truthful to ourselves, and we are talking of bringing youths along and some middlemen into agric, Definitely, government must intervene. One, land. Then you create training for them. After training, capital. But the government have been doing it in the past. Our people have not been cooperating. But I think we have to appeal to the government now. Because during my days, in 1979, the government distributed tractor that costs about 80 million now, free of charge to people. I refused to take because I was the secretary of Poultry Association by then. 2000, year 2000, here in Akure, Oshimbajo gave 4 million naira to poultry farmers across the state, but Ondo town was not included because they refused to register quickly. Year in, year out, the government assisted, but people are not cooperating. If we want to really get it right, we should give our people reorientation and also plead to the government, Mimiko government, through the CBN and Bank of Industry, distributed 2 billion during his era. Till today, I don't think anybody paid back. So, without government intervention, you cannot bring young people into agric. If you are planting tomato, where will you get the land to start? Where will you get the good breeds to plant? So there must be assistance to the farmers. For instance, before, all the spraying engine and chemical were being given to Farmers Congress free of charge. The government should look into that so that we can encourage young people to enter into agriculture.
Thank you very much, sir. That can be going to Mr. Adeayola. Thank you. 2 minutes, sir.
Addressing the same issue, again, I will look at it from existing opportunity. Ondipa is here. They gave our company 1,000 hectares of land. So there's land. And now the gestation period is 4 years. We adopted a system which we are announcing to our people, either locally or in diaspora, that we have what we call outgrowers scheme. The land is available. Whoever wants to come and intercrop on our land, we will welcome the person. If you're a woman, you can come and plant melon. Cassava, the Chinese people are next door to our property in Ore. They are looking for commercial supply of cassava. Let people come and plant. And we believe that during that gestation period, while we are waiting for 4 years for our palm trees to become matured, people in Ondo Kingdom can come and do bees harvesting, they can do piggery, they can do poultry, they can even do zero grazing of cows. The statistics shows that Western Nigeria spends about 2.something billion naira per day on cattle. And the money lives there for other environments. Why don't our people come to our land and do zero grazing?
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Same questions to Dr. Nelson. Briefly, please,
yes,
2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Just like other speakers have said, there is no how one would not need government support when you are, especially when you are doing it on a large scale. But then everybody cannot do it on a large scale. If you are doing it on a medium scale, you should also think of how to support yourself in between. I understand in those days when our people go to to go and take land at Laos or stuff like that. Do you know what they do? When they plant their cocoa, they also plant plantain. And around 1 year, they will be harvesting their plantain. They will be using that to survive, pending the time the cocoa will start fruiting. And that is a strategy, survival strategy. And it is like that for every other businesses. Take, for example, if you as a person too, if you don't want to, or maybe you don't have too much capacity to go into a very big project like that, that is cropping, that will take a long period, go to food crops that will not take more than 2-3 months. Tomato will take just 60 days before it starts fruiting. If you are a fish farmer, if you dig your pond and you stock your fish, within 3 months you'll be harvesting some of the fishes for smoking, and later you harvest the bigger one for other purposes. So you should just try to have what we call survival strategy in between that period.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'll be asking only one question, and that will be the last one for the day. We consider the challenges that the farmers have. Again, it's about land planting, planting. Like, this is Ondo Development and Economic Summit. We want to know if this particular summit will be able to provide an opportunity for our youth, most especially when you have to clear the land for farmers. I believe it's a big deal, right? Will this particular summit be able to provide that? Maybe if your land, if it's so bushy, a forest, and you can easily call on one of the people that can clear the land for you, for a fee, would that be a job for somebody? Would that be an opportunity? What do you think? I'll give back to Dr. Nelson, and definitely one minute, and we'll be out of here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think to start with, we have been fortunate to have a land in Ekpe for agricultural purposes that has been emerged, that has been in use for some years. And we are lucky now that nothing less than 1,000 is going to be given for this project. That is Ondo Development and Economic Summit. And let me also say this. The whole world is moving against this old age practicing, that is farming. What we are talking about now is mechanized farming. Gone are those days when you take people, you give them cutlass to start. How many will they be able to do in a year? But these days, a tractor, a machine alone can plow and harrow several hectares of land in a day. So, just like we said, we still need government support and individual support too. But where we don't have government support, and that is where exactly this program is focusing on, where we don't have government support, what are we planning to do? And that is by us providing this enabling environment vis-a-vis land and equipment, and if possible, inputs, seeds, fertilizer, and herbicide, whatever. That is exactly where we are going.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nelson. I'll hold that to Mr. Adeoyola. There's a question I want to throw to you. I came from the UK, like I said. We have a problem over there right now. Because of Brexit, we don't have workers to do all the pickings of the strawberry, and it's a lot of problems. How can we solve the problem over here with that kind of shortage of workers on these farms that we are all talking about?
We will plead with the political leaders as well as community leaders to reorientate our people. We should move from what they call empowerment to intervention. There's a difference between empowerment and intervention. If you give somebody a sewing machine, the next day he's selling it in the market. So the intervention we need is for us to create jobs for the youths. By the time they see ability to earn money, the workforce will improve. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to say thank you to every one of you for being able to be here, and I'm quite sure I'll be able to visit each of you's farm. I think I was at Bola's Oil, so excited, and I believe that if we have quite a lot of people, farmers, our youth will be encouraged because they are our tomorrow, and I believe that Ondo will be a better place. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Nelson.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Adeoyola, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, our chief, Akinbule. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Thanks for being here. To all our viewers, thank you very much for being here with us. And I hope most of our youth will be thinking of how to become a farmer, because you know what? That is where the tomorrow is. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. Archbishop, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. I hope we learn one or two things there. To my MHR, Honorable Abiola Makinde, thank you very much for the patience. To our Commissioner, Honorable Lavagbemi, thank you, ma. Please, we'd like to call the Director of Business Development and Investment of ONDIPA, Engineer Femi Akarakiri, for his presentation. Please have an applause for him. Sir, you're welcome. Please, let's have our seat. Thank you. The program is still on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me stand on the existing protocol. It's the last presentation for the day, but sometimes God keeps the best for the last. So maybe after what you're going to see in our presentation this evening, you'll be able to tell the people who have left, you missed. Before the representative of Mr. Governor, that's the person of the Deputy Governor, left, I got his permission to use the next 2 hours to make my presentation. So we'll be here till 7 o'clock, if you don't mind. My name is Femi Akarakiri. Can you have the ONDIPA slides on, please? Can we have it on? I'm the Director of Business Development and Investment Management for ONDIPA, and I've got my colleague here as well, Barrister Emmanuel Omomowo, who is the Secretary to ONDIPA. ONDIPA was created by Mr. Governor in 2017 with the focus of industrializing Ondo State and also looking at the key infrastructures that will enable investors to have Ondo State as a place of their choice for their investment. All right. If you step back, step back, step back. Can we go back, please? All right. We know a little bit of our state, but the new thing that is different there is the key invest. And that's the reason why we're here today. For the opportunity of people to also know that there are different avenues whereby they can bring their investment on those states, of which one of them is also via the key invest. And so we want to I appreciate all of you who have already registered to be partner with Eki Invest, and also encourage every one of us to join them in bringing development to Ondo Town, to Ondo State, as we work together to create another economic node in Ondo State. Next slide. I know many people, next slide. I know many people will be looking watching us from the diaspora or people who are not here in Ondo itself. Just a little bit of some of the things that Arakunrin Akeredolu has been able to achieve relating to investment opportunities in Ondo State. Fiscal transparency, budget transparency, ease of doing business. The state moved from number 36 of 36 states in Nigeria to number 8. And that is from the encouragement of Mr. Governor, meaning that we are ready for businesses. And one of the things that people worry about is the honoring of contracts by government, of which Ondo State is noted as one. So when you have an arrangement with us, an agreement with us, contract with us, we do honor our contract very, very well. Next slide, please. Mr. Governor himself, the previous one. Go back one more slide. Thank you. Mr. Governor himself is highly involved in the development effort. So he's the chief marketer and chief promoter of investment in Ondo State. On the far right there is what you see coming up in Lagos. We have a decrepit, dilapidated building on the shores of Atlantic, now covered by Eco-Atlantic. Mr. Governor has given approval, and very soon a 7-story commercial building is coming up there that will return investment to Ondo State. It's always been said that we import toothpick from China. Now we make toothpick in Ondo State for the rest of Nigeria to consume. The deep sea port is coming. I will talk a little bit on that shortly. And there is Mr. Governor outside the country trying to get investors into Nigeria, in this case, people who manufacture solar panels. We don't want to trade one importation of petrol for importation of solar panels. At the end of the day, Forex is still going out of Nigeria. And of course, is the Grand Master of Amotekun. Without peace, without security, investment cannot stay in our state. And that is the reason why Mr. Governor is ever committed to make sure that not only you and I are secured as citizens of Ondo State, people who want to bring their investment here will know that ours is a secured and a peaceful state. Next slide. And what are we doing in Ondipa? We all know that our state is considered a civil service state. But by God's grace, with all that Mr. Governor has encouraged us to do, very soon, the number of jobs that will be employed, that will be provided in Ondo State, will now go beyond what we have in the civil service, meaning that the private sector will be the lead driver of our state and no longer the civil service. Then it means that our state will not have to rely on federal allocation before the economy of the state keeps booming. That is what we are working on in Ondipa, and by the grace of God and by the support of the citizens of the state, we will get there. I'll quickly talk on 2 major infrastructures that Mr. Governor has embarked on, and one of them is the Lekki to Lagos, Lagos to Omotosho in Ondo State, a new road that will connect Lekki to Omotosho, and that will make a trip coming from Lekki to Omotosho to happen in under 2 hours. So it means that anyone coming from Lekki, next slide, anyone coming from Lekki going to the east, to Benin, Onitsha, Port Harcourt, they don't have to go through the tortured route of going through Shagamu, Ijebu-Ode. They can come into Ondo State, and in less than 2 hours, they will find themselves just 10 minutes from Ore. How wonderful would that be? Linked to that, next slide, thank you. Because we're going to cross a river, the same lagoon that comes all the way from Lagos, comes into Ondo State. That road will go over it. And then we thought about it. It's coming to Araromi side. And our Araromi area is noted for its beach, and Mr. Governor has designated it a tourist area. What can we do to enhance the tourism? So by God's grace, when this road is constructed, let me have the slide back. When this road is constructed, it will be having the first lift bridge in Africa. And those are examples of lift bridges. It's going to have the very first lift bridge in Africa, which will also bring people, because anywhere there's a lift bridge, people always want to come and see. Heat opening is closing back. And it will draw a lot of people to our Araromi area, enhancing the tourism. But beyond that, it always allows us to make proper use of our water channel. We don't have to have a bridge that ships will no longer be able to go across. It means that we can have our factories here in Ondo State, delivering things in Lagos, in Ogun State, without any bridge disturbing them. Because when they get there, the bridge opens, the ships will be able to pass, and then the bridge closes back, and vehicles will be able to go. So it's coming. By God's grace, we get there. And then the next one, next slide, is the deep sea port. You might have been hearing about it, and by God's grace, this will be a reality in the life of this administration. Everything Ondo State needs to do has been done. It's been submitted to Nigerian Port Authority. We are waiting for Federal Executive Council approval, and we believe that in the course of the remaining period of this administration, or in the early period of the next administration, come 2023, the port of Ondo will be declared, and that will massively change the economic status of this state. Next slide. Now, investment environment. You heard the panelists said earlier on, there was a debate on whether power will help. People say that there is no power, and so there is no industry. And then Babadenki said, no, it's not an issue of power. We tell our investors, the state is making everything possible to be on ground for you to come and invest in. Is it power that is the issue? We have power. The state itself has constructed a 30 megawatts plant in our industrial park. The land is there, so you cannot say now there's no power. We have all that it takes to bring you to Ondo State, and our industrial park is there. If your business is too small, is a bit smaller than what industrial park will take, then come to a key industrial estate. You'll be hosted there as well. So either way, come to Ondo State. The state, as I mentioned, we are a very peaceful state. You are witnesses to that. We are a highly secure state. You are witnesses to that. Amotekun is doing a fantastic job. And I believe that by the time the country eventually adopts state police, they will come to Amotekun to come and learn how we have been able to do it. Next slide. At the upper part, the realities that we face today as a nation. The lower parts are some of the initiatives that we need to carry out as a people, as government, in order to be able to overcome those realities. One of them, partnership with others. And that is what Eki Invest has given the opportunity for you. Come and partner with them so that development can take place. You cannot do certain things alone because you may not have the financial muscles to do them. But when you find other partners, then together, those things can be done. The more lights, the more candles are lit in the room, the brighter the room is. So you may not have the fund to start that mega factory, but when you bind with others, when you come together with other people, ideas on how to fund it, ideas on how to run it, ideas on how to start it, they will always come up. And together, you can make that your dream to become a reality. So we look beyond the realities. We look at those initiatives. And I believe with many of these initiatives that we listed here, we can achieve the dream of industrializing our state. ODSG land for equity. We know land can be an issue for many investors. We provide the land for you. Bambi Farms mentioned during the last panelist discussion that we gave them 1,000 hectares of land. That is how we encourage and we enable investors. So instead of you looking around for land, you can approach us, we look at your need, we get you the best place that fit that need, and you can worry about how to continue your business as against looking for land to buy. The investment that you will have committed into buying land, the state will take it up for you. Next slide, please. Now, we have spoken a lot today on investment and investment and investment. What exactly can you go into? Those are the things that we'll now look at. What exactly does Ondo have for you that you can go into? The first thing that we can say we are very proud of is we have a very fertile land. The combination of rain and sunshine, no wonder they call us Sunshine State, it makes agriculture to thrive very well in our state. People fly in and they see green canopy. It means that the land is very good for vegetation purpose. And so agriculture remains a key thing for us. And when we start talking about agric, there are many aspects that we can go into. If we can have the slide back. There are many areas of agriculture that we can go into. Cocoa, our prime product. So chocolate, butter, cake, powder, even there is cocoa wine, by the way. Some of the things that we trash from cocoa are still useful for other things as well. You can make fertilizers from the husk and from the things that we normally dispose of. Cassava, in Ore, we have cassava to ethanol plantation. We can still do more. Sugarcane, I read that we imported 495 billion naira worth of sugarcane last year into this country. That's nearly over $1 billion worth of sugarcane in order to make sugar. We can grow those things in our state and help to reduce the cost of importation. Oil palm, that has been well discussed. That's like gold now. In fact, we call it our new found red gold. Next slide. Plantain. We see them on the street, we buy them, but it goes just beyond what we eat. Even the stem that we cut off when we are harvesting, those stems can be turned to fabrics. But today we just leave them to rot. So someone can decide that, look, I'm going to go into a plantain farm. After you have harvested, please, all the stems that are left, I will buy them from you. And I will turn them to fabrics. So they make clothes from the rest of the stems that we just discard normally. That's on plantain. Spices, from ginger to turmeric, onions, we can grow them. And not only grow them, we can export these things. They are huge products that are required in the diaspora, not only by Nigerians who are living there, but even by the citizens of those countries. But we have left these things to people from the Caribbean to be the key producers for the rest of the world. We should be able to tap into that spice market. It's over $3 billion globally. If we take $200 million as Nigerian portion of it, 200 million from spices will make a big difference in our country today. We talk about fresh leaves. Ugu, for instance. A lot of people are into wellness. Spinach, bay leaf, we don't usually worry about them. But I can tell you, you grow your spinach here, you harvest it, take it to Akure airport, it lands in Lagos the same day. By the following morning, it's in Netherlands, ready for the European markets. So we need to start looking at the global market beyond what we ourselves just consume locally. We can earn forex from doing all these things. Your product leaves your farm today and it will be in Europe tomorrow morning. Those are the kind of thoughts that we need to start coming up now. Essential oil, the same thing. Moringa, Zobo, we just drink them. But abroad now, a lot of people are promoting wellness, healthy living. Let's bottle them and export. They will bring income for us. They will create jobs locally. They will enhance the income that we have need of. And we will not all be shouting Naira to dollar exchange every day. Next slide. Animal husbandry. We've had a lot of Fulani herdsmen. In the past, in the Yoruba land, we used to have our own cows until we left everything for the Fulanis to handle. We need to go back there. The lands are available. The same thing that attracts the Fulanis to come here, bring their cows here during the rainy season. We have the benefit that we can have it year-round. The grass, we can grow them. And we feed and we produce cows. We make milk from them. Today, by God's grace, come next year, we're going to have the largest egg powder factory in Africa coming that will be open in Emure, Ekiti. You've been wondering why egg powder? The likes of Nestle, Cadbury, and the others, they don't sit down and be cracking eggs when they are making their products. They don't just say bring eggs and then they'll be cracking and be pouring it into their machines. No. What they do is they have to import. They import egg powder. And that is what they mix into what they are producing for us. So we produce eggs, but we don't make powders. So they have to import. And that's the reason why the state government, along with some other private bodies, have decided that let's go into this. It's nearly $300 million worth of products imported into Nigeria every year just because of what you and I can consume, and yet we produce, but we don't know how to add value to them. That is going to stop as a result of our initiative. You go to the southern part of the state, waters everywhere. What are we doing with them? We just harvest what the nature itself is producing all the time. We need to start cultivating. We need to start aqua industry. Make use of those water, produce our own tilapia, not just rely on nature, and try some other exotic species that we can also export beyond just consuming a catfish. We have the potential. You can go into that. It doesn't cost that much to start with. Next slide. Mining, several of them. I will not talk much about them, but of course, if you are coming from Ore, before you get to Ondo, you look on the right, you see granite blocks. We still have opportunity for that all over the state. We have granites everywhere. We have kaolin, we have limestone. There are many things we can use them for. Ordinary powder, face powder from kaolin, you will sell. So we shouldn't just sit down and be waiting for jobs that will be produced or provided by government going forward. Next slide. How do we love him, don't we? We love him, don't we? How do we produce the next person? The next kings? Baba is old now, he's still dancing. We thank God for sparing his life. But in 20, 30 years' time, are we still going to have another king coming from Ondo State? We need to challenge ourselves. Please, let me click on the picture. If you click on the picture. It's not working. Unfortunately, that was going to play a video. We tested it earlier on. I don't know why it's not working. A 6-year-old boy sitting in front of his computer and a little synthesizer was making a fantastic music in his own bedroom. That's him. 6-year-old sitting in front of his computer, and he made nearly a full music all by himself. Different sounds. He even added his own voices and modulated them, and then now sang over the product. This doesn't take much to do. Eki FM has got nearly most of the things that are required here. Let's create a little space and help develop the next talent. If 6-year-old can do it, I believe that many of us here, we can do it as well. We've got the creative nature in us. We see that going ahead all over. But they need the enabling environment, and it will take investors to be able to help them to achieve that. No sound, right? Okay, next slide. Unfortunately, there's no sign. You will have been able to see what a 6-year-old created in the comfort of his own room. Next slide, please. ICT. We have no choice. It's either we remain a slave to what is being developed outside, or we leapfrog ourselves and choose to participate in what is going on. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell us how to do it. We have very tech-savvy youths, educated, low labor, cost compared with what obtains outside the country. And now we have good telecoms infrastructure. We don't have to go and queue up at one's polling booth, phone booth, in order to call the next village and be shouting hello, hello, hello without them hearing. Now GSM has made everything easier. We can leverage on these things, create data centers, create call centers, you know, make people who know how to code ideas that other people have, but they want to translate into apps. These are all available to us, but we need investors, we need you as investors to be able to help develop this. Next slide. Next slide, please. So we have different areas and we have different opportunities, and it is our hope that from this event, from the things that will be taking place, that has taken place today, and that which will happen tomorrow, the next Bayo Akinola can come up, and we have multiples of that, such that our state too can say we are an industrial state and not just a consuming state. So there are tasks for all of us. For all of us, we have to see our state as the next economic node, especially in the southwest. Lagos is overpopulated, and we have not helped Lagos, because if you go to a lot of places in Lagos, a lot of us from Ondo State, we have settled down there. But if we create opportunities here, we can attract people back from Lagos and help Lagos to breathe. So many times when people ask me, what are you doing in Ondo State? I tell them, I'm helping Lagos to depopulate Lagos. Because when our deep sea port is working, when we are able to produce a lot of things locally, our own children will not have any need to run to Lagos in search for employment. They would rather stay here and help us to enlarge that economic node. And that is what events like this are all about. Again, for people in diaspora, we want to encourage you. Keep yourself trustworthy, because your partners need trusted people who can bring them home to Nigeria. When they see you, they see the Nigerian in you, and when you are trustworthy and you prove yourself to them, it will not be difficult for them to come home with you. Again, manage what you say about your country. Every country has got its own challenge. If you amplify the negatives of Nigeria, nobody will walk to Nigeria with you. If you keep seeing the negative side of your country, nobody will come and invest there with you. Every country, there are more people being killed in United States per population than Nigeria. But yet, people long to go there. And Nigerians are the worst enemies of Nigeria. We amplify our weaknesses rather than amplifying the things that make us Nigerians. And so for those in diaspora, help us to help Nigeria. For our community leaders, of which all of us are, including the youths, the issue of Omonile is something that we should not promote in our state. It cripples economy. It makes people to run away. The fact that you want to earn without working is not something that is encouraged in Ondo State. And I'm proud to say that we are pure Odua people in Ondo State. Ishe logo, that is our logo. We know what we need to do. We do what we need to do in order to earn what we want, because there is dignity in every labor. So we must not allow people to come and destroy our state by hooliganism, by rent-seeking, and by trying to prey on investors coming to develop along with us. So every one of us has got something to take away with. Next slide. And I will say, yes, Ondo State Development and Investment Promotion Agency, ONDIPA, will be there for you. We are partnered with Eki Invest. Our goal is to make sure that this state becomes a thriving economy, such that other states in the region, in the country, can look and say, go and learn from Ondo. Ishe indeed becomes our Ogun Ishe, and that will come from industrialization, from development, from putting the necessary infrastructures into place, and that's the reason why Arakunrin Rotimi Akeredolu created Ondipa. Contact us. We'll be glad to welcome you. We help you through all the things that need to be done. You won't have to be going from one ministry to another. Everything you want to do will be in Ondipa. We will do the ministry work for you. We make you feel comfortable. We call it one-stop shop for everything you want to do in the state. So welcome your investment. And the last slide, I believe that's 2 hours gone already. Thank you very much. And I believe that from our fertile ground, our human resources, our mineral resources, all of us will join together to transform the economy of our state and make it a prosperous one. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate you for that, Mr. Femi Akarakiri. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was the Ondipa presentation. Thank you. It is closing for today. We say thank you very much to everyone who has been a part of this event. Tomorrow we come here again. We're starting by 9:30 tomorrow. Please be a part of this event. I say a big thank you to Honorable Olafagbemi and also to our own Honorable Abiola Makinde, Oshapra. Thank you very much for being here. And to everyone who has taken time out to be a part of this event, we'll see you tomorrow. My name is Olamide Akimolayo. And from everywhere you're watching in the world, we say thank you very much for being a part of this event today. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night and God bless you. Thank you.